Chapter 1097. The seventh floor of Hell, the Hall of Judgment, a dark underground palace. Erlu woke up from his stupor. He hugged his head and wailed. His lost personality and humanity returned to his body. He regained his moral integrity and emotions. Oh gods, what have I done? Shireen, my Shireen, sob, sob, sob. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Erlu knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying. Oh, the dead have no tears. But because he was too emotional, his soul fluctuated violently, as if it was about to dissipate. Bastard, bastard, I'm your brother. How dare you use the most vicious witchcraft to kill me? A handsome man beside him pointed at Erlu and cursed. Lanli. Erlu looked up at him. His expression was ashamed and angry. He ground his teeth. If you had pledged your loyalty to me like I did to Robert, none of this would have happened. When you betrayed your family and your brother, you should go to hell. Lanli was so angry that his face turned green. Do you have any self-awareness? The seven kingdoms don't like you. How can you be king? It turns out that they were right not to choose you. Look at what you've done after that. Erlu looked around. The spacious and dark stone chamber was like an underground palace. There was only a torch on one of the walls. Oh, light king! Erlu retreated in shock. It was a human-shaped torch. An old man with white hair was embedded in the grayish-black stone wall like a relief sculpture. He raised his chin, raised his head, opened his mouth, and straightened his tongue. The dim flame the size of a broad bean came from the tip of his tongue. It was as if he had become an oil lamp, and his tongue was the wick. At first glance, Erlu thought it was a human-shaped stone lampstand. But when he approached curiously, wondering why the statue was so lifelike and even the painful expression on his face, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. Oh, light king, you deserve to go to hell. His tongue and the wick swayed violently. The old and familiar voice came out of his mouth with difficulty, but it was unusually clear. Well, I was clearly in the great King of Light's flaming paradise. In the darkness, a woman with a hoarse voice said excitedly. In the spacious and dark underground palace, only one wall was lit by a bean-sized lamp. Erlu and Renly were closer to the oil lamp, and further away, there were many people lying on the ground. At this moment, they woke up one after another. They stood up and walked towards the light in a daze. Mia? Erlu turned pale with fright when he saw the woman walking over. You're dead too? Uncle Stannis? Why you here? Where are we now? Mia had heard the moment she woke up. She rubbed her eyes and finally saw Erlu's face clearly. Not only is Mia dead, we're all dead too. A man walked out of the darkness. Lanli was dumbfounded. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Are you Uncle Renly? I am the bastard son of King Robert. The man sighed. Gendeli? Mia cried out. What's going on? Why are you dead? I'm dead too. A slightly immature female voice sighed. Then, Deminia walked over. Who are you? Erlu asked in confusion. The tall girl said bitterly, You should have seen me before. My mother, once brought me to the Red Castle to find you. It's you. Erlu realized. Then his eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, Why are you wearing the king's armor I made for Mia? Deminia looked down and realized that she was still wearing the armor she died in battle. I am Aunt Mia's successor. I chose Gendeli, Mia said immediately. Renly grabbed his hair and shouted angrily, What's going on? Mia? Mia's husband, Prince Andar Royce, woke up. Then, there were Earl Alistair and the others who were sacrificed to the Red God, as well as the Red Heart Knights who died in battle. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Where are we? They were at a loss. The seven hells, of course. The old man who acted as a lamp laughed strangely. Compared to the Lalo purgatory I was in, this place is like heaven, Gendeli said with a frown. Why didn't you go to the heaven of fire and light? Right, why did you die? Mia was shocked. Gendeli looked at Mia with a complicated expression and sighed. You shouldn't have chosen me as your successor. Hearing this, Deminia hurriedly explained, I didn't want to kill you. It was Priest Benello. After he murdered you, he explained to me that you had a grudge against the red deity and me. Wait, Renly raised his hand and shouted. I died early, so I don't know many things. First, tell me who you are. I'm confused. Dominia said, King Robert had many illegitimate children. After he died, Cersei brutally massacred them. Only my mother, Zhong, Gendeli, and Mia survived. Later, King Stannis took over the King's Landing. He was the king for a few years, and Aunt Mia was the successor. After that, it was Gendeli and I didn't embarrass the House of Baratheon. I participated in the glorious final battle and killed 5 ghouls before dying together with a dire bear. Oh, you're not bad. Renly nodded and then frowned. Where's my nephew Idric? He's always in Storm's End. How can Cersei reach him? Dominia glanced at Erlu and said hesitantly, It seems that Lord Stannis, by the 7 gods, you even killed Idric? Renly shouted in disbelief. Hehehe, a bastard nephew is nothing. Your brother is powerful. He dared to burn the fake nephew of the Dragon Queen, but he dared to do the same to his own daughter. The old man sneered. You're crazy. Renly's lips trembled and his face was pale. Erlu wanted to say something but stopped. His Majesty only took Idric's blood. That boy wanted to be king and got involved with the Sparrow. He lost the power struggle and was killed by Cersei. His Majesty had no choice but to sacrifice Princess Shireen. He had died once before, and after being revived by Lawler, he had lost the emotions of a living person. He was no longer the man he was then. A loyal knight of the Blaze stepped forward and defended the king. Justin, why are you here? Erlu was both touched and confused. I'm Dominia's Red Knight. Of course, I have to participate in the final battle. Justin sighed. Sir Justin sacrificed himself to protect me, Dominia said. Mia frowned. Even the queen died on the battlefield. The final battle was tragic. Dominia looked at Gendry and nodded. Sir Richard was first cut into 4 pieces by the evil ice god to protect me. Sir Songgu was also chewed to pieces by the giants to protect me. Benello shouldn't have killed you, but with your body, you can't participate in such a battle. Although I'm dead, the glory of Theon and I will never fade. What's the point of saying this now? Aren't we already in hell? Gendry said coldly. Theon of Bella has no descendants. Erlu covered his face and cried. Ha, a Theon of Bella's family. The old man who acted as the lamp laughed. I'm happy to see you in a worse state than me. Lonley looked at him carefully and exclaimed, You're Wade Fry? What, he's Wade Fry? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of people surrounded him. His mouth is too wide and his face is too distorted. I almost couldn't recognize him. We're really in hell. Sob, I was still in the great Light King's heaven. 7 gods bless me, Mother of Mercy, I'm free. Sob, 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 I'm finally out of the hell of the evil god Lalo. How vicious, he actually forged me into chains, burned me every day, tortured me every night. Some people laughed and cried, while others wailed and cried. It was a mess. Where's Shireen? Where's my Shireen? Erlu suddenly woke up. Not only were there Lalo's believers here, there were also people who died from the evil witchcraft of the red-robed monk, such as Lonley. There were also many people who were sacrificed and burned to death, such as his uncle from the Yu family, the old Count of Brightwater City, Elixir. Shireen was also sacrificed, so theoretically she should be here as well. Quiet. Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out in the room. The voice was not loud, but many of the undead felt as if they had fallen into a purgatory of fear and shuddered. Old Wade's reaction was especially intense, his eyeballs almost popping out, and the fire in his mouth rose more than 3 feet. Ho, blood devil, Arya. He almost used his throat to speak, staring at the black and white robed girl who had suddenly appeared in midair. You're Arya Stark. Erlu was shocked. Arya? Jean Deli looked at his childhood friend who was like a goddess, and felt sad and sad. He quickly lowered his head in shame. The results of your trial are out. Arya's expression was cold, and she did not even look at them. What trial? Who's the judge? Lonley asked, confused. The Heavenly Father's trial, the trial for all of you. The results of the trial will decide your future. Arya said calmly. You're Arya Stark-Eyes? Lonley frowned. Didn't we meet back then, when you were still a dirty little boy? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Arya pointed her finger, and 7 to 8 lords of different ages floated out of the crowd, each of them surrounded by a golden holy halo. Wisps of black gas came out of their 7 orifices, but were immediately burned away by the golden light on the surface of their bodies. Ah, they let out comfortable moans, and their pale faces gradually became rosy. Their dull and numb eyes regained their light. They regained their vitality. Lords, your actions when you were alive have been recognized by the 7 gods, and the Heavenly Father has declared that you will go to heaven. Do you have anything else to say? Go to heaven? They were confused for a moment, and then they pointed at Erlu who had killed them and scolded him. Then they laughed and shouted, The Heavenly Father is wise, the Holy Mother is merciful. Arya waved her hand, and a few golden lights shot into the sky and disappeared into the underground palace. Lonley Bella, Theon, you will serve 100 years in the first level of hell, and then reincarnate. Do you have anything to say? Go to hell? Why? Chapter 1098. Why can't I go to heaven? Renly panicked. You're not qualified. That's not right. I know the other knights. Their morals are definitely not as good as mine. For example, Sir Costa. I admire his talent and loyalty, and I even made him the acting mayor of Storm's End Fortress. But I know his background. He has 4 or 5 illegitimate children, and he likes to curse people. Renly was not convinced. Costa was the same as you. He was killed by Melisandre with shadow sorcery. After his death, his soul entered Lalo's hell and was tortured by all kinds of evil methods. You begged for mercy, but he kept cursing Lalo. In the past 10 years, he recited the 7 Stars Bible to resist the pain and suffering. His soul even showed signs of ascension. It hurts. Renly stomped his foot and said, The Hellfire Demon stabbed me in the butt with a red-hot iron rod, and, sensing the strange looks from the people around him, he quickly omitted the details and said, I begged for mercy because I couldn't take it anymore. After you begged for mercy, did the demons stop torturing you? Arya asked. Well, Renly was stunned and said, They seem to be torturing me even more. I kept begging for mercy, and the demons kept laughing. Immediately, there was a large group of people who agreed with him. Lalo is a bastard. You're just sacrifices, but I'm his believer. A knight with a red heart said angrily. Don't all believers go to heaven of light and fire? Mia asked in confusion. I don't know. Anyway, I've been tortured by the demons of hell. Lalo only needs believers who are valuable to him. They are either very devout, talented, or have the king's blood. The rest are all sent to hell, Arya said calmly. That's not fair. A red god believer complained. That's what happens when you believe in an evil god. Arya turned to Renly and continued, You were tortured, and then you begged for mercy. You even listened to the demons and cursed the 7 gods you believe in. This is not a sin. The Holy Mother and the Heavenly Father can understand your behavior. However, not making mistakes does not mean that one has merit. Without merit, how can one go to heaven? All right, Costa is a tough guy. I'm impressed. But Sir Reed also begged for mercy. I saw it with my own eyes, Renly said excitedly. Do you know how Sir Reedy died? Arya asked. Sacrificed? Lonley asked. Back then, right after Robert's death, Stannis was preparing to spread the teachings of the Red Gods on Dragonstone Island. When he abolished the beliefs of the 7 gods and the old gods, Sir Reed was the first to stand up and firmly oppose it. He was also killed because he stopped the red-robed woman from burning the statues of the 7 gods. Therefore, they are righteous men, unlike you. Arya said. This. Lonley was stunned. He begged, It's fine if you don't go to heaven, but why do you have to go to hell? I've been in Lalo's hell for more than 10 years. Please have pity on me. Arya sighed and said, I actually sympathize with your experience. Your sins are less than most who go to heaven, but rules are rules. I can't help you. What? Many who are more sinful than me go to heaven? Lan Li shouted excitedly. But is it because I like men that the Holy Mother discriminates against me? The Heavenly Father is just, and the Holy Mother is merciful. They will not discriminate against anyone. As long as you don't force others, it's not a sin. Arya shook her head. What? Lan Li was confused. You don't have the atonement scroll. Erlu sighed. Then what is it? Lan Li was confused. Sigh, you died too early. Erlu no longer resented his brother. He sighed and explained the atonement scroll. Then he turned to Arya and said, Can you put all of Lan Li's sins on me? Lan Li was shocked. His expression was complicated. Lan Li's sins are many and varied, but they are not serious. For example, he once slandered you behind your back, saying that your dick is rusty and that you haven't slept with Silas for years. Bastard! Erlu glared at his third brother. Lan Li smiled and said, Is there a mistake? I think it was the imp who said that. Arya nodded. Tyrion started it, but you did say it more than once. Because of that, rumors about Stannis and Silas began to spread among the nobles of King's Landing. I won't take the blame for him. Let him go to hell for pulling out his tongue. Erlu ground his teeth. That's not a big sin, is it? Lan Li grimaced. Slander is enough to send him to hell for pulling out his tongue, not to mention he's your brother. It's 10 times worse. The Heavenly Father is just. Erlu exclaimed. Then he asked, What else? He said Shireen is disgusting and that the sooner she dies, the better. Seeing his second brother's fierce gaze, Lan Li hurriedly explained, Shireen has the grayscale disease. Isn't that disgusting? There's no antidote for grayscale disease. When the patient is petrified, they will suffer unimaginable pain. An early death is truly a relief. How is that slander? Lan Li felt wronged. It's not slander, it's unkindness. You said those words in front of Shireen. Can you imagine how she felt at the time? Shireen was young, but she was smart and sensitive. Your words troubled her for life. Even when she was burned to death, she kept thinking about those words. Are you still human? Erlu's eyes were red. Lan Li took a few steps back and said awkwardly, I thought she couldn't hear me. Can't you see that she's crying? I didn't see it. You avoided it like the plague. You didn't even look at it, Arya said coldly. This kind of small sin is human nature. Does everyone have to go to hell without the atonement scroll? Lan Li said dejectedly. You can make mistakes. As long as you do more good deeds, the good deeds will be greater than your sins. You can still go to heaven. But you keep committing small sins without any good deeds, Arya said. Impossible. I helped Robert raise his illegitimate son. I often throw coins to the beggars on the street. Lan Li's heart was moved. He said emotionally, when your dire wolf bit Joffrey, I even advised Robert not to blame you and your sister. No matter how you look at it, that's a great deed, right? Arya shook her head. Those are only good deeds. They're not good deeds. Just like the bad things you do every day, they're not sins. For example, you fooled around with many men out of lust. Lan Li's face reddened. He shouted, Tell me, what counts as good deeds? Arya pointed at Erlu. He has a lot of good deeds. In his early years, he defended Storm's End. He advised Robert to be diligent and frugal. He helped Jon Arryn to govern the country and save the people. When Balon rebelled, he quelled the rebellion. He also had merit. He saved the wall. He had great merit. He defended Winterfell. He also had merit. He protected the King's Landing and his territory. Erlu's eyes widened. Tears welled up in his eyes. His lips trembled. He couldn't speak. I didn't expect the Heavenly Father to. Did the Heavenly Father make a mistake? How can defending Storm's End count as good deeds? He's rebelling. He's helping his brother betray Targaryen. Someone shouted in disbelief. Arya said, Let's not talk about whether Robert's rebellion was justified. It's not wrong to defend one's own castle. Besides, the good deeds of defending Storm's End have nothing to do with battle results. This incident mainly shows Stannis' character. His perseverance, wisdom, and courage. Wisdom is in line with the crone's teachings. Courage and perseverance are in line with the warrior's teachings. The Heavenly Father's judgment of good deeds doesn't depend on how many people the person saved. Any action that is in line with the teachings of the seven gods is good deeds. How many people did Wen Tianxiang save? The only reason he could become a saint was because he sacrificed his life for a righteous cause. I've also advised Robert to drink less, Lonley said. If you can persuade him to hate you as much as he hates Stannis, then you will have good deeds, Arya said blankly. Lonley was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Then it's not easy to get good deeds. If it's easy, then everyone can go to heaven. Stannis can go to heaven? He killed me. Lonley frowned. Arya shook her head with a complicated expression. Stannis will go to the seven hells and be punished for 100,000 years. What? Everyone exclaimed. Erlu was expressionless and said nothing. Arya looked at him and said, "You have a lot of good deeds, but you have sinned even more. You already know that the souls of those who are sacrificed will be possessed and tortured by the evil god after they die. So, sacrificing evil gods is a great sin. Do you have any objections?" Erlu shook his head. Aside from the blood sacrifice, you have committed 2 crimes of kinslaying, Lonley and Shireen. You sacrificed Aegon and violated your holy oath to Sansa. You can change your faith to the Red God. That's not a sin. But sacrificing those who oppose you and burning the godwood and the statues of the seven gods is blasphemy. It's a great sin. Erlu said bitterly, "The Heavenly Father is very fair. I accept this judgment. Lady Arya, please tell the Heavenly Father that I am grateful for this judgment." Grateful for the judgment? Arya was confused. Maybe you should thank the Holy Mother for taking back your humanity from Lalo. Being resurrected by Lalo has a price. He will take away the most precious thing in your soul. I know. Erlu nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "Actually, I wasn't free after death. I didn't even have my own will back then. I was muddle-headed like a tortured beast. I'm grateful that the Holy Mother made my soul whole and gave me a new life. But I'm even more grateful that she acknowledged me." What acknowledgement? Arya and the others were confused. Erlu sighed and said, "The good deeds are acknowledgement of my past efforts. I've been longing for things that I couldn't get my hands on all my life. I didn't want to get them from my enemy in this way. If only I was born 20 years later. The last battle of the long night should be where I contributed my wisdom, strength, and life, not the Iron Throne." Arya frowned and thought for a while. She still couldn't understand him and said, "I don't need to convey your words. If you really have the heart and convert to the seven gods, you can look up to heaven even if you're in hell. Also, your good deeds aren't enough to offset your sins. You can't help others bear their sins. You 2 brothers will go to hell." Erlu nodded silently. Lon Lee's handsome face turned pale. He pointed at the people around him and asked with a trembling voice, "Do they have extra good deeds? Help me." Chapter 1099. Arya waved her hand, and a handsome and tall knight involuntarily separated himself from the crowd. "Earl Dandelion, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again." The first leader of the Brotherhood without a flag, Lightning King Barry Dandelion, was filled with emotions. "You've grown up and become a powerful Grim Reaper who serves strangers. It's hard to imagine. However, Noble Heart's ghost also said that wherever you go, there will be death and blood. Becoming the Grim Reaper should be the most perfect ending." Arya's face darkened. Ever since she left Winterfell, death had been with her. She played with Butcher's underling Michael, and he died. She went to King's Landing. Her father, the Northern soldiers, and the nannies all died. She was saved by Raven Yoren. Yoren died. She joined the team of Night Watchers. Only a few people were left in the team of hundreds. Her group of friends wandered with her in Hejian County. Along the way, they died. Only Jean Deli and Fatty parted ways with her in time and survived. When she finally reached Ruan River City, the Red Wedding began right in front of her. She teamed up with Hound and killed a few attendants of the Demon Mountain. Even Hound's fate was unknown. Hound didn't appear in the original novel. After being alone again, she went to Bravos, and death followed her. Earl, you've been righteous and honorable all your life. Even after being resurrected by Lalo, you've never done anything dishonorable. In theory, not only can you go to heaven, but you'll also have great virtue and become a saint in heaven. However, you believed in the 7 gods for the first half of your life. After entering Hajian County and witnessing the Red God's resurrection technique, you abandoned the 7 gods and changed your faith to Lalo. Believers of the 7 gods naturally can't enter heaven. This is why I didn't let you go to heaven with Costa and the others. Now, the Heavenly Father gives you 2 choices. First, wander around hell. When you feel tired, you can start the cycle of reincarnation at any time. With your merits, you'll definitely have a noble identity, a happy family, and a good marriage in your next life. After a short pause, Arya sighed. Or, you can go back to the holy kingdom of the god you believe in. Lalo's divine kingdom still exists. Everyone was bewildered. Arya nodded. Since you're here, I'm sure you can guess what happened to Lalo. He was arrested by the Dragon Queen and will be put on trial in the human world. But he shouldn't die. Great trial. Dandelion's mouth twitched. In front of everyone? Yes, people all over the world will know about this. Those who have the ability to rush over can also be there in person. Arya looked at the crowd and said, "Some of you may need to testify in court." Everyone exclaimed in shock. How powerful! How ruthless! Erlu muttered, "Is a god that has been judged still a god?" Dandelion's faith was about to collapse. Of course, he'll be imprisoned in the 7 levels of hell forever. He'll still be a demon god. But his divine kingdom will no longer be light and fire. Instead, it'll be shadows, blood, and lava. It won't be comfortable, Arya said. Why didn't the Dragon Queen kill him and the Light King? Dandelion asked in disbelief. Because Lalo knelt and begged for mercy. He told her about his achievements in fighting the deviant ghosts, Chi. Before Arya could finish, Dandelion spat out. He didn't spit out blood. His soul exploded. Arya was stunned. She hurriedly cast a soul-focused divine spell and barely managed to save the Lightning King who was on the verge of having his soul dissipated. Send me to reincarnation. His eyes were lifeless. He looked like a puppet. Hey, Earl Barry, wait. Renly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. He begged, for the sake of our friendship, save me. 100 years of hell's punishment is so painful. Dandelion's fief was at Darkhaven. Theoretically, he was a vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Renly was the Duke of the Storm's End Keep. However, the Earl of Darkhaven wasn't a traditional vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Between the Storm's End, Dorne, and the Riverbend, there was an unofficial administrative area that spanned hundreds of kilometers. That area was made up of mountains, swamps, and grasslands. It didn't always belong to a duchy. Today, it was occupied by Dorne. Tomorrow, a heroic lord would appear in the Riverbend. Then, the Storm's End Keep would be conquered by the High Duke. The day after tomorrow, the Storm's End Keep would conquer the area again. It was also possible that a local overlord would appear, resisting Dorne in the south, the Riverbend in the west, and the Storm's End Keep in the north. That area was called the Dorne Borderlands by the 7 Kingdoms. Knowing the uniqueness of the Dorne Borderlands, one could understand why some major events in the Targaryen dynasty often happen there. For example, why was Aegon V, old Ymant's Eggy brother, hatching a dragon in the Summer Hall? Why did Legger bring Lyanna to the Dorne Bliss Tower to live in seclusion? The Borderlands were close to the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End Keep, but it didn't have a sense of belonging to the 3 kingdoms. It was one of the few places in the 7 kingdoms where the royal family could interfere with the power vacuum. Controlling the Dorne Borderlands could also subtly suppress the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End Keep. Therefore, some wise Targaryen monarchs had always invested in the Borderlands. Because of this, the royal family had many industries in the Borderlands. Because of this, even though Dandelion was a gentleman, he didn't have much affection or loyalty towards the theoretical monarch, Renly. I was your vassal when I was alive. After I die, I have no reason to be loyal to you, the Lightning King said calmly. The friendship between a monarch and a vassal is gone, but the friendship between us is still there. Renly said agitatedly. Dandelion's gaze was sharp. You still dare to talk about friendship with me? Back then, when I followed my father to the Storm's End castle to pay tribute to you, you secretly touched me. You deserve to go to hell. At the end of his sentence, he was embarrassed and angry. Even his face was red with anger. Renly said aggrievedly, Back then, I saw that you were too beautiful and was delighted. I just wanted to see if you were a kindred spirit. Sigh, it's also my fault for being young and frivolous. But after you rejected me, I didn't force myself on you, did I? If you don't try, no one will know what they truly like. Back then, enough. Arya waved her hand and sent Dandelion away. The bestowal of merit cannot be forced. Daminia looked at Renly sympathetically and asked, I participated in the final battle. Did I get any merit? There is great merit, but you also committed the crime of kinslaying, Arya said. I didn't kill my kinslaying. The tall girl said anxiously with a pale face. You weren't the mastermind, but you tacitly approved of Benello's actions. Your merit and demerit cancel each other out. Go and reincarnate. Jean Deli. Facing a friend who had gone through life and death together, Arya couldn't be indifferent. I'm going to hell too? Jean Deli muttered. Arya nodded lightly and sighed. You've been dragged down by my mother. Madame Stoneheart broke the sacred oath countless times and violated the guests' rights countless times. Even if there was a reason for it, she still committed heinous crimes and has already gone to the 7th level of hell. You're an accomplice, so you'll also be in hell for 20,000 years. Jean Deli's face was ashen, and his body swayed. An accomplice will also be punished for 20,000 years. What about the mastermind? Erlu frowned. 99. 9 billion years, Arya said woodenly. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. You'll never be able to rise again. At this point, Erlu had no complaints about his sentence. Haha, retribution, retribution. Wade Fry laughed excitedly. My mother has a son and a daughter. All of them can earn great merits. She'll definitely go to heaven before you. Arya said coldly. I have descendants too. River Delta City is still here, Wade shouted. The gatekeeper, Oliano. You can count on her. Arya smiled mockingly. How long will Wade Fry stay in hell? Renly asked curiously. He has no merits, but he has a lot of sins. He has to light up a sky lantern for 80 million years. Renly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, I should be satisfied. It's only been 100 years, and this is only the first level of hell. Erlu gathered his courage and asked again, Miss Arya, where did my daughter Shireen go? His voice was trembling. Shireen was sent to heaven by the Dragon Queen immediately. Heaven? Erlu sighed. His body seemed to have shriveled up. That's good, very good. He wanted to see her again, but he was afraid that if he did, she would look at him with hatred and disgust. Now that he could not see her, he knew that she had a good ending. He was very disappointed, but he also felt a strange sense of relief. Your Majesty, what do you think of this dress? Marjorie called out excitedly. The setting sun was like blood. King's Landing was immersed in the bustle of hope. On the balcony of the Red Castle, Queen Sansa leaned against the railing and looked at her kingdom. She was a little distracted. Your Majesty? Marjorie waved her hand and had the tailor stand aside. She walked to the balcony and said softly, Your Majesty, half a month later, on the summer solstice, it will be your coronation ceremony. It's time to try on the Queen's coronation. Sansa turned around and looked. The coronation had the silver background of the direwolves. It was decorated with many gems and pearls. It was simple and elegant, but it did not lose its dignity and luxury. It matched the human crown very well. It seemed that the master tailor from Myr lived up to his reputation. A few days ago, she would have been overjoyed to see this dress. She would have turned 49 times in front of the dressing mirror. But now, Lalo has been judged. She sighed. The joy on Marjorie's face disappeared. She frowned and said, Although I did not go to Slaver's Bay, I watched the live broadcast through the glass candle. I did not expect Lalo's true form to be a lava giant. I did not expect him to kneel at the feet of the Dragon Queen like a dog and beg for mercy. Sansa smiled bitterly and said, I did not expect it either. But we should have thought of it. In the Battle of the Smoke Sea, almost all the demon gods in the world were killed. The gods had to sign the investiture of the gods before they could use the Sea of Magic in the king's cauldron. After that, the frost god's corpse was placed on the battlefield. She sighed and muttered, She is the king of gods. But why is she so strong? Your Majesty, some people can only be learned and looked up to. They are destined to be unsurpassed, Marjorie said carefully. I understand, Sansa said gloomily. After a moment of silence, Marjorie said, Your Majesty, when you were at Slaver's Bay, no one was looking after the human-headed dog. I don't know where it went. Little finger in the kennel? Sansa frowned. Let it go. I wanted to free it, but since it ran away, let's not bother about it. By the way, how did the people of King's Landing and the vassals react to Lalo's judgment? Sansa asked. Marjorie smiled and said, The normal people were shocked for a while. After all, the Dragon Queen has too many crazy achievements. But the red-robed monks in King's Landing could not accept it. There were cries everywhere, and it was too horrible to look at. Benello burned himself to death on the same day. Hundreds and thousands of Red God believers followed him to commit suicide. Fortunately, Holy Light One Hand appeared in time and told them that committing suicide was a great sin. If they died, they would go to the 7 levels of hell. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed softly. The red-robed monks were stunned. They collapsed on the ground and cried. They could not even die. They could only live in torment. It was too difficult. Chapter 1100. The followers of the Red Gods are all over the place, while the followers of the 7 gods are the exact opposite. Many priests and holy knights broke through their bottlenecks while watching the live broadcast of the trial. Including those who broke through in the last battle, there are more than 100 level 4 priests in the Holy Church now. The big black man from Volantis, Machiro, was even more exaggerated. The moment Lalo knelt down, his soul suddenly ascended, and he jumped from level 3 to level 5 divine priest. A demigod. Little Rose sighed. Sometimes I wonder if I should give up my power and completely convert to the Holy Mother, so that I can become a divine priest in my lifetime. Sansa's gaze paused on the sapphire necklace around her neck for a moment, and she smiled. Can you give up power and wealth, wear linen clothes, work hard, and live on dry bread and water? In an instant, Marjorie recalled the days when she was praying under the watch of the old nun. She shuddered and smiled sheepishly. I'm just a normal person, I can only live the life of a normal noble. At least you have some self-awareness. Sansa turned around and returned to her bedroom. With the help of her maids, she took off the same armor as the Dragon Queen in her early years and changed into the Queen's robes. It was very smooth. She looked at herself in the mirror. After turning 64 times, she still felt that it was not enough. Your Majesty, did you see the Dragon Queen in Slaver's Bay this time? Marjorie had already thought of all the praises in her head, and said them in different order 10 times. She was getting impatient, so she started to change the topic. Sansa smiled. Of course I saw her. She did not treat me differently, and even discussed the marriage of Simba and little Dany with me. We plan to hold 2 weddings for the 2 children, one at Slaver's Bay now, and another when we return to the Westeros. The Dragon Queen even promised 2 divinity as a wedding gift on the same day. What's a divinity? Marjorie asked curiously. The position of a god. Simba will become the sun god, driving the sun god's chariot, bringing light and vitality to the human world. Little Dany will be conferred the title of moon goddess after she becomes a demigod. She will be in charge of the moon star, spreading moonlight and peace to the world. Margaret's face was full of shock. The sun god and the moon god, the legend has become reality. Yes, my daughter will become a goddess, the legendary moon goddess. Sansa said excitedly. What kind of royal clan is this? It's clearly a god clan. Margaret said sourly. Compared to the godhood that could allow one to reach the sky in a single bound, the fiefs, titles, and properties of Riverbend's male nobles suddenly became extremely cheap, so cheap that she felt that it was boring. The auntie, who was in her early 30s, was actually jealous of that teenage girl. She, little Rose, used to be the flower of the palace, the princess of the River Bend, the #1 socialite of the 7 countries, the goddess of all men's dreams. She had countless titles, but why didn't she meet someone like Leg? Her first husband, Yulun, was a homosexual. Her second husband, Joffrey, was a big pervert, a mad king. Her third husband, Tomon, was a little fat boy who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Her fourth husband, Lewin, was a demon. Her fifth husband was a bootlicker. Her sixth husband was a boorish uncle without any emotions. Her seventh husband was also a bootlicker, and even went back to the same old grass. Nymeria had only married 3 husbands, unifying the east, central, and west of Dorne. She, Margaret, had married 7 times, but she was still in the same place. Sansa caught a glimpse of little Rose's expression in the mirror. She felt comfortable and empathetic. Even she, as a mother, was envious of her daughter's good fortune. After another round, she smiled and said, "The clothes are good. Let's go take a look at the Iron Throne." The Iron Throne is in the warehouse. We haven't had time to polish off the rust. Margaret frowned. "I'll just take a look." She said that she would just take a look, but when she saw the Iron Throne, she couldn't help but sit on it. The next day, when the Queen went to court, everyone noticed that her walking posture was strange. She was twisting and turning as if she hurt her butt. Thinking of the handsome singer in the Queen's palace, the officials and servants didn't dare to ask. A week later, Holy Light One-Handed was urgently summoned to the Red Castle. It turned out that the Queen's butt really was hurt, but it had nothing to do with the singer's lost track. For the next 3 days, the Queen didn't appear in court, but Princess Dany and Prince Leg from Slavers Bay rushed to her. After seeing the Queen, the prince's expression was grave, while the princess's eyes were red and swollen. The day before the Queen's coronation, the lords of the 7 kingdoms gathered at the King's Landing. Clang, 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 clang. The bell in the great cathedral of Baylor rang 7 times. What? The Queen is dead? Jaime, who was practicing his one-armed spear technique, was so shocked that he fell off his horse. He was still in high spirits, preparing to perform well at the New Era, New Dynasty, New Queens tournament, the day after tomorrow. Is it a coup or an assassination? He found Lancel in the great cathedral and asked with a grave expression. Holy Light One-Handed frowned and shook his head. The Queen accidentally cut her but when she was trying to sit on the Iron Throne. The wound was very deep, almost half a kilogram of flesh was cut off. She used Saint Healing to stop the bleeding, but the Iron Throne hasn't been used for many years. Although it was cleaned, there are still many inconspicuous rust and filth. Tetanus? Jaime was dumbfounded. Now that Saint Healing was widely used, everyone knew that it wasn't omnipotent. It could only strengthen the body for diseases such as germs, allergies, and tumors. It couldn't cure them directly. That was why the Priest Academy had divided the professions into scalpel priests and apothecary priests. Most of her but was infected with tetanus, and it went deep into her organs. There's no cure. The Queen was too careless. She didn't use high alcohol or Dragonstone Red Potion to disinfect the wound. Instead, she used Saint Healing to heal the wound, but the germs were locked in her flesh. When I was treating her, the pus that was squeezed out from the wound contained a lot of fine rust. Lancel sighed. How did she get hurt so badly? Even the Mad Monarch only cut his arm and thigh. Jaime was puzzled. Didn't Yulun blast the Iron Throne away? It flew for several miles. The Iron Throne was made from a combination of iron and iron swords. Even the iron plates were tilted up from the blast, Lancel said. This. Jaime's face twisted. She didn't see it? Yes, she saw it and she carefully avoided it. However, she happened to be wearing a queen's royal dress that day. It was extremely well ironed, and it was the kind that showed off her figure very well. It was quite tight and she was used to wearing armor. She subconsciously did the action of wearing armor. It was a big action, and she tripped and fell on it. Sigh. If she had come to me earlier, I would have asked the scalpel priests to cut off the rotten flesh and clean it again. This kind of injury wouldn't be a problem. But the wound was in an awkward position, and the queen didn't want outsiders to know. She only thought that she was a priest, so… Silly. At this point, Lancel couldn't help but slap her thigh. She said excitedly, she even planned the King's Landing Magic Academy herself. Professional potion priests and scalpel priests have a 5-year education. Did she just play around during those 5 years? That's ridiculous. Jamma's face was full of disbelief. I've never heard of a king who died from having his buttocks cut off by the throne. If the Iron Throne isn't destroyed, Queen Sansa won't be an exception, Lancel said seriously. Why? Jaime was puzzled. When I first saw the throne, I felt that it was covered in an ominous aura. You mean, the curse of the Iron Throne? Jaime was doubtful. I don't know if it was cursed before, but in the past decade, many people have cursed it. In fact, I've already sent Meribad, Machiro and Rando Tarly to capture Melisandre, Lancel said in a low voice. His guess was correct. A week later, the red-robed woman was arrested and brought to justice. She confessed to her crime, without hesitation. It had been a few years since the Great Battle, and the red-robed woman had long left the Westeros. She had no home, so she could only return to a certain Jade Sea town where she had stayed for hundreds of years. She worked from sunrise to sunset in a small manor. She was self-sufficient and became a farmer. When Meribad and the others arrived on the Terrasor, the sun was setting. She carried a small pumpkin and was about to make steamed meat with pumpkin powder. Facing the priests of the 7 gods who had suddenly rushed into the kitchen to kill her, she was surprised but didn't resist. She allowed them to tie her up. But she didn't completely admit to her crime of murdering Queen Sansa. The bloody battle before Yulun left the King's Landing was a sacrifice. It was even more terrifying than the sacrifices at High Court and the Shield Islands. To please the Storm God, Yulun not only offered blood and fire, but also cut off the blood of the kingdom of the King's Landing. The king has the blood of the kingdom, so naturally the kingdom has the blood of the kingdom. At this point, Melisandre hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and confessed, even His Majesty Lalo was imprisoned, so there's no need to hide some secrets. A long time ago, I told Stannis that he needed the Mystic Dragon, and hatching the Mystic Dragon required the sacrifice of his closest kin, Princess Shireen. He slapped me twice and threatened me with murderous words, telling me never to have any ideas about Shireen. So, I chose the second path for him to take over the King's Landing. She glanced at an inconspicuous old man among the clerics. At that time, many people didn't understand. The deviants were about to cross the Great Wall, so what was the point of taking over the King's Landing? I told him that after His Majesty sits on the Iron Throne, he can command the vassals of the 7 kingdoms. That was only part of the reason. I'm not stupid. Didn't I know that after the appearance of the Dragon Queen riding the Megalosaurus, the value of the Iron Throne would drop by 90%? Plus, Stannis has no one in the 7 kingdoms. Not many would be convinced if he sat on the Iron Throne. Then why did you keep encouraging His Majesty Stannis to take over the King's Landing? The level 2 cleric Davos couldn't help but overstep and asked loudly. I wanted to steal the blood of the Westeros. Use the fate of the 7 kingdoms to hatch the Mystic Dragon. This way, not only would Shireen not die, but Stannis would also benefit greatly. Without the fate of the 7 kingdoms, what would happen to the 7 kingdoms? The Duke of the Western region in the first row of the judgment bench was puzzled. Just like the king without the blood of the king. Like Jean Dely, he became a tuberculosis ghost. The vassal was shocked. Jean Dely was plotted against. Aunt May shook her head. His Majesty Stannis and the 8-clawed spider Varys have long lost the blood of the king, but aren't they still living well? Bran coldly said, ignorance is not scary. What's scary is knowing half of it. It is because Stannis lost the blood of the king that all his efforts after that were destined to be futile. He will never become king. But Aunt May was stunned. She hesitated and asked, if the kingdom lost the blood of the king, what would happen? Bran said, the blood of the King's Landing came from Targaryen. After the Mad King was killed, 60% of it was lost. After Robert died, another 30% was lost. So, you can see how chaotic the Seven Kingdoms were in those years. Ah, is that so? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. The chaos of the Seven Kingdoms was not entirely due to the loss of the blood of the king. In fact, the will of the people can change the fate of the kingdom. The cause and effect of the two are very mysterious. I only know a little about it. But I can be sure that as long as the vassals strictly abide by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and the teachings of the gods, the scattered blood of the king will slowly return and continue to strengthen. For example, after 8 years of the long night and 3 years of cleaning up the ghosts, the people of the Seven Kingdoms are united. The blood of the King's Landing is 100 times more than when Aegon the Conqueror ascended the throne. Bran said calmly, "But the Queen is dead." A commoner in the crowd shouted, "What does the death of the Queen have to do with the blood of the King?" The Iron Throne fell into a latrine pit, and Hammer even took a dump on it. It would be strange if he didn't get a tetanus after his butt was cut. A female knight wearing simple iron armor mumbled. A female priest with a flat nose hurriedly pulled her back. As she retreated, she scolded in a low voice, "Babla, are you trying to kill Hammer? Hammer has already taken a dump for 10 years. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, Hammer's identity is different now. He is a top student of Dragonstone Island Magic Academy. Can he be as good as the red-robed woman?" Xinguang one-handed waved his hand to silence the commotion in the hall and said to Aunt May, "Continue." Stannis rejected my suggestion and died in Winterfell. Shireen was also sacrificed. Yulun blew up the Red Keep and burned down half of the King's Landing. The blood of the king was also sacrificed to the Storm God. In response to Yulun's request, the Storm God cursed the Iron Throne. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will die a horrible death. After Stannis obtained the Iron Throne, he kept it in a warehouse. It fell into a latrine pit and was too dirty. Another reason was the curse. When His Majesty was burned to ashes by Jon, I entered the warehouse and added another curse. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will be cut and their wounds will fester. But when I cursed the Iron Throne, Sansa was tens of thousands of miles away from it. Also, I wanted to curse Jon Snow out of anger. I thought he would ascend the Iron Throne. Even though that was the case, little Dany's mother had passed away. How could she listen to such excuses? Why didn't you remind my mother? If Yulun was the only one cursing her, you could have just watched from the sidelines. But you put poison in the wine and watched as another person picked up the cup without saying anything. Isn't that a crime? The red-robed woman couldn't refute little Dany's words. Sigh, I didn't like your mother either. I was happy to see her in trouble, but I didn't expect her to die. Aunt May sighed. Then, she asked doubtfully, didn't she have the human crown? What about the 7 blessings of the 7 gods? Little Dany frowned and looked at Xinguang one-handed in confusion. The nobles and citizens in the hall of the Red Keep also looked at the archbishop curiously. It had been 3 or 4 years since the birth of the human crown. The inscriptions on it had long been known to the world. Countless singers and poets had even written songs and poems for it. The 7 blessings were no secret. The 7 blessings came from the 7 gods. Naturally, the Archbishop of the 7 gods should give the most authoritative explanation. Lancel's expression showed obvious hesitation. This matter concerns the Queen's reputation. It's not convenient to talk about it in court. If Dany and Princess Liz want to know, we can talk about it later. He approached little Dany and whispered. Little Dany glanced at Prince Leg and sighed. The more you try to cover it up, the more rumors there will be. Just tell me. I believe my mother won't make a mistake of principle. It's not that big of a mistake. Xinguang one-handed nodded and returned to his seat. He sighed. The 7 blessings are the Holy Mother's protection and the solidified advanced holy healing. The old woman's wisdom, when activated, can help the Queen get rid of negative emotions and keep her mind at its clearest and most active state. The warrior's armor, the golden-winged armor that the Queen once showed in front of others. The blacksmith's diligence, solidified advanced stamina. The maiden's light, passive evil vanquishes. It's only effective against demigods. Any god or demon that attacks the owner of the human crown will be attacked by holy light. The stranger's cloak, when activated, can temporarily enter the gray world of death and achieve complete invisibility in the material world. Finally, the Heavenly Father's blessing, immune to all curses and blood witchcraft of any level. The 7 blessings are too powerful. Wearing the human crown is practically invincible. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they were also confused. If the human crown is so powerful, why did the queen die? Think about it. If someone like Joffrey or Cersei were to wear the crown of men, would the 7 gods be willing to side with the evildoers? Of course not. To activate each blessing, the king's integrity must meet the teachings of the corresponding god. Queen Sansa was brave, diligent, loved her people, and wise. That was why she could activate the 4 blessings of the warrior, blacksmith, holy mother, and crone. The 4 blessings are already very powerful. We all know that after a monk joins the great cathedral, they will usually specialize in one god's teachings. For example, the warrior's son worships the warrior, but he may be lacking in other teachings. No one is perfect. The 7 gods have high expectations for their believers, but the 7 gods are very benevolent and allow us to slowly perfect a few. Everyone nodded silently. Unfortunately, Queen Sansa only activated the 4 blessings. The maiden represents purity, loyalty, and freedom. The queen prefers the handsome and strong. Everyone knows that. The archbishop rubbed his nose, hiding the slight fluctuation in his heart. He thought of another queen, and his former role was the handsome and young one. The queen is alone. It's not wrong to have needs, but it's definitely not in line with the teachings of the maiden. Everyone secretly glanced at Benjen's storm behind Princess Dany and nodded silently again. Little Dany also knew about her mother's situation and sighed silently. Among the 7 gods' believers, the stranger is the least. It's normal that the queen couldn't activate the stranger's cloak. As for the Heavenly Father's justice, Queen Sansa is usually fair and just when she investigates the cases of the 7 kingdoms, but 3 years ago. Lancel hesitated. This involved an old case related to the royal family, and he really didn't know how to say it. Or rather, he really didn't want the church to be involved in the royal family's rotten affairs. Seeking power under the pretense of a fair trial. Holy Light Lone Hand carefully chose his words. In the teachings of the 7 gods, after the king and the vassals have completed their duties, the 7 gods won't consider power games or power struggles a sin. Sometimes, clever power struggles can even win the favor of old women. But it's clear that Queen Sansa's actions back then were completely against the Heavenly Father's teachings. Many times, many actions are not wrong in the teachings of the 7 gods, but they can't be blessed by the 7 gods. Everyone fell silent again. In general, the 7 gods were very lenient with their believers. There was a very wide area between hell and heaven, and ordinary people lived in this area. But if you wanted to go to heaven, the requirements were very high. The 7 blessings of the human crown were very powerful, but the requirements were also very high. To a king with an ordinary character, the human crown was no different from a normal golden crown. And the more virtuous and noble the king was, the more the human crown could display the power of a divine artifact. After this, everyone had a deeper understanding of the human crown. At the same time, they also respected and admired the Dragon Queen who created the human crown. Heaven's will, this is heaven's will. Melisandre laughed. You're not completely innocent, little Dany said coldly. The vassals of the 7 kingdoms and the priests of the Holy Church didn't have a good impression of Melisandre, and more importantly, no one defended her. And so, she was convicted of murder. Half of it. The lone foreigner was sentenced to death by the Westeros. I contributed greatly in the fight against the other ghosts. I want to follow the traditions of the 7 kingdoms and apply to be the new Night Watcher at the North Pole. Helpless, Aunt May could only choose the last option. The old Night Watchers weren't guarding the Great Wall anymore. After the long night ended, the Dragon Queen dismissed the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone was given 50 gold royals, 100 acres of fertile land and a long night medal to return to their homeland. Of course, not all the Night Watchers left. Many of them came from noble families. They really wanted to protect the 7 kingdoms and humans. They only received a long night medal and continued to stay on the Great Wall. They repaired the East Sea Kingdom while waiting for the Northern Ice King to return and bring them to the Northern Ice Kingdom. In the end, Aunt May became the first new Night Watcher to reach the North Pole. The new Night Watchers were different from the previous ones. They didn't discriminate between men and women, and there were fewer restrictions on their bodies. Other than not being able to leave the Northern Ice Kingdom and having to go to the Northern Ice King's residence regularly, they were no different from ordinary free citizens. After the trial, Queen Sansa's funeral was held as scheduled. It was very grand. Tens of thousands of people were sincerely mourning for her. The nobles were also solemn and did not have the slightest bit of playfulness. Sansa's reputation in the 7 kingdoms was actually quite good. Although everyone called her liar, Sansa, Jon, who took the throne, also had the nickname Idiot Jon. Compared to Robert, Emperor Qiao, the Mad King and the Whore Empress Dowager, Sansa's achievements and image were perfect. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the Dragon Queen. But now, even the citizens subconsciously excluded the Dragon Queen from the ranks of mortals. According to tradition, Sansa's body was arranged by Sister Silence and placed in the Great Cathedral to receive the final farewell from all the nobles and nobles. Oh, because it was summer, and because the Queen's body was swollen when she passed away and her buttocks were festering, the smell was quite strong. After the citizens of the King's Landing mourned, they started to gossip again. They even secretly called her Rotten Buttocks, Sansa behind her back. Chapter 11:01. Outside the King's Landing by the Blackwater River, hundreds of tents representing different families were scattered on the grassy ground like mushrooms. There were noble knights in shining armor laughing loudly, commoners cheering loudly, singers playing accordions, vendors pushing small carts selling grilled sausages and fruits, and countless bright flags fluttering in the warm wind. Arya, do you see it? It's exactly the same as the tournament to welcome Father more than 10 years ago. The same place, the same people, there are many more people, but there are also fewer people. It's as magnificent as the songs say. In mid-air, Sansa was in a daze. The beautiful memories of the past and the beautiful scenes of the present made her unable to control her emotions. She almost cried. You've seen the great trial, and you've seen Dany put on the human crown with your own eyes. Now, you've even enjoyed the martial arts tournament mourning your passing. You should be satisfied, right? Arya said lightly. Satisfied? How can I be satisfied? This is supposed to be a tournament to celebrate my ascension, not a funeral. Sansa said agitatedly. Fate is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Arya sighed. Fate is unfair. I don't accept it. Sansa shouted with a twisted face. I can assure you that your fate is not interfered with by anyone. It's the result of your own choice. Look at Bran. Sansa pointed at the White Knight who was sent flying by Jaime's spear. He's still laughing. He's laughing so happily. I just died, and he left, never leave, Winterfell to participate in the tournament. He's still laughing. Bran's dream when he was young was to become a knight like Barristan. Though his combat skills are poor, he has realized his dream. Why can't he laugh? Arya looked unhappy. He knew about my future but didn't inform me. He's still so happy. What's his motive? Sansa said agitatedly. Bran knew that Ygritte would have a difficult birth. He didn't tell Jon either. Sansa, fate is not interfered with. It's your own choice, Arya said solemnly. It wasn't easy for me to obtain the iron. That damned Iron Throne. Why am I so obsessed with that filthy iron chair? Sob, 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 they all call me Rotten Sansa. Sob, 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 I'm a founding queen greater than Aegon the Conqueror. Sob, sob, sob. When she thought of the Iron Throne, Sansa could not help but feel sorrowful. She was both regretful and resentful. She covered her face and wept. Leg. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the arena. Sansa rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. After 6 rounds, Leg dodged Brittany's spear and knocked her off the saddle at the same time. Ooh. Seeing Leg place the golden peony wreath on her daughter's head, Sansa's mother-in-law started crying again. I've never worn a crown before in my life. She had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally achieved hegemony, but she had not even enjoyed the taste of being an official queen for a single day. My life is too bitter. You've seen what you should see. Come with me to hell, Arya said impatiently. Sansa was stunned. What for? To serve your sentence. What? Sansa's eyes widened. She roared, Are you kidding me? I've been cautious all my life and have never done anything that goes against the teachings of the seven gods. Instead, I've made a lot of contributions. Why do I have to go to hell? I'm a level 4 great priestess. You've been a white flower for the first half of your life. You've done nothing wrong. In the middle of your life, you've cheated Aegon's feelings. It's not a big mistake. Later on, you've saved countless people and have done a lot of good deeds. You've committed a lot of small crimes but few big ones. Overall, your good deeds far exceed your mistakes. You'll have a good position in heaven. Arya first read out the Heavenly Father's judgment for Sansa. Then, under Sansa's confused gaze, she sighed. But you're not alone. You have a mother. Mother? Sansa frowned. Wasn't Mother's soul repaired? After returning from Slaver's Bay, I burned her body myself. Don't you know Mother's sins? Because of the Crimson Wedding, when she was Madame Stoneheart, she always broke her oath and violated the rights of the guests. Sansa hesitated. It's fine to give her all my good deeds. Why do you want me to go to hell? Children can help their parents serve their sentences and be punished. I'm afraid of pain. Aren't you afraid, Mother? How many things did she do for you when she was alive? Arya said coldly. What about you? Sansa was unhappy with her tone. I worked hard in hell and gave all the good deeds I earned to Mother. Can I also work hard in heaven to earn good deeds? Sansa asked. Even if you get a position in heaven, it'll be hard for you to earn good deeds. But you're the founding king, a level 4 priestess, and a person of great deeds. 1 day of your sentence is equivalent to 100 days of Mother's. It's too efficient. Sansa's expression changed. She hesitated. You're going to refuse? Arya's gaze became dangerous. If I go to hell, what kind of punishment will I receive? Will there be a discount? Sansa asked. The Heavenly Father is just. Your punishment is the same as Waldfrey's. Those who violate the rights of the guests will be lit up in a sky lantern after they die. What's a sky lantern? It sounds scary. Sansa trembled. It's really bad. It's like burning your soul in a fire. You have to keep your senses sharp at all times. Arya sighed bitterly. Mother screams so miserably. Go down and accompany her. Talk to her and cheer her up. Mother has 5 children. Am I the only one who's going to hell to accompany her? Sansa said with a gloomy expression. Little Dany will go abroad with Simba to be the crown princess. When she gives birth, one of her sons will be chosen to inherit the crown. During this time, the 7 kingdoms' affairs will be managed by the king's hand. What? Sansa was furious. Which idiot came up with this idea? If that bitch Marjorie takes over all the important matters, will my grandson still be able to get his throne back? Arya rolled her eyes and said, Why do you think Bran is still in King's Landing? Just for the tournament? Damn it. Sansa was stunned. When she realized what was going on, her expression turned ugly. I invited Bran to be my prime minister, but he rejected me coldly. Bran can't serve you because he's the Dragon Queen's White Knight. But he can serve the Dragon Queen's daughter-in-law and grandson. Don't you understand this? Arya said calmly. What does this have to do with me going to hell? When Bran rules the 7 kingdoms, he will work hard and love the people. He will work hard to benefit the 7 kingdoms and earn more merits. So, do you understand? You're working hard. We're all working hard too. No one is free. It's not that I'm not willing to work hard, but... Sansa held her sister's hand and begged, Can I change my position? For example, if the Holy Mother revives me, I promise I won't keep any pretty boys around. I'll work hard every night and be vigilant all the time. Do you think that's possible? The Holy Mother doesn't even care about Ygritte. Sansa's pale face turned gloomy. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Good, very good. I love my mother and am willing to share some of her sins. But no one is alone. I have a daughter too. Arya, tell the Holy Mother that I want to visit Dany in her dreams and let her know that I'm suffering in hell. She's a filial child. Not only will she share her merits with me, she will also go down to hell to light the lanterns. As for my son-in-law, I won't accept any betrothal gifts. He'll come and light the lanterns for his grandmother. Oh right, and my future grandchildren. Sansa became more excited as she spoke. Let all of Dany's descendants go to hell to light the lanterns for my mother. Ha! Arya was shocked. Maybe, for my mother, I can try, she said with a strange expression. 5 years later, at the foot of Changbai Mountain, a stone city was being built. Hundreds of free people were shouting and working hard. Northern Ice King, Jon, is about to give birth. Suddenly, a red-haired old man walked out of a rough stone tower in the center of the city. He made a trumpet with his hands and shouted at the construction site in the west. Jon was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly removed the stone from his shoulder and threw it on the ground before running back to his castle. It's only afternoon now. Didn't they say it would only be at night? Did something go wrong? What? Is in her 30s, almost 40. She seems to be a little old, he said nervously. That old man Machiro said it's normal. It's very difficult for a pregnant woman to determine the date of her labor. It's almost impossible to pinpoint the exact time, Tormund said with his white hair. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside War's bedroom. However, they were stopped by Manslade. The former king of savages also had white hair, but his body was still straight and strong. Men shouldn't go in when a woman is giving birth. You should cheer her on from outside. Hearing his wife's heart-wrenching screams, Jon's forehead broke out in sweat. You'll give birth to a daughter. I saw it in the prophecy. Don't be afraid. Did not reply. Instead, a strange singing voice came from inside the room. The Holy Mother gazes tenderly and waits quietly. An angel flies in gracefully, watching the sunrise of life. His cries are like the sounds of nature. The Holy Mother smiles. An angel is about to arrive. They could tell that the singer was an old man. His voice was rough and monotonous, but it contained a strange power that could calm one's heart, focus one's energy, and fill the pregnant woman with strength. Even the womb moved rhythmically to the tune. This is the song of childbirth. Jon heaved a sigh of relief. According to the priest's statistics, since the song of childbirth became 7 gods 3 years ago, more than 70% of the pregnant women who had been assisted gave birth naturally. More than half of the remaining 30% were able to give birth successfully under the combined effects of the holy healing technique and the song of childbirth. Moreover, Machiro had obtained 2 doctorates in the profession of scalpel priest and pharmacy priest. Gwa gwa gwa. As expected, in less than an hour, the child's loud cries could be heard. It really is a girl. Inside the room, Dana exclaimed. Oh my, what's going on? How did this happen? Jon had just been overjoyed when he heard his sister-in-law's panicked cries. What's wrong? He could not help but push open the door and rush in. There were many people in the room. Manslade's daughter, Tormund's granddaughter. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all staring blankly at the bloody baby in Dana's arms. Seeing Jon in such a hurry, they all had strange looks in their eyes. They wanted to say something but stopped themselves. This is my daughter. Jon did not notice their expressions. There was no one else in his field of vision. The red-haired baby girl who was crying with her mouth open occupied all his attention. A wet red hair, Jon rubbed his eyes. It was not blood. The thick tuft of hair was really red like fire. Why is this child red-haired? His sister-in-law mumbled. Manslade, who had followed them in, was stunned. He looked at Jon's dark brown curly hair, then at his wife's long blonde hair. His sister-in-law had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as his wife. The tenacity of the caste had become a fact that everyone knew. Theoretically, this child should have awakened the Targaryen's silver hair and purple eyes, or silver blonde hair and blue eyes. What's wrong? Why are you all in a daze? Giving the child a bath, Tormund said, scratching his head in confusion. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Everyone in the room looked at his head. Manslade frowned and turned to the only red-haired man in the room. He sighed. Tormund, Jon made you the commander of the castle to take care of his family while he was building Neverwinter. Is this how you take care of him? I took good care of Whale. Listen, the child's cries are so loud. She's as strong as I am. Tormund laughed. Maybe the red hair is a mutated gene? Jon said, forcing a smile. Manslade walked to Tormund and asked in a low voice, Did you and Whale? This child has red hair, and so do you. Do you know that the cast is strong? Tormund was stunned for a moment before realization dawned. Are you all crazy? You're suspecting that Whale and I are having an affair? Although we did. Shut up. Whale, who had just woken up, shouted angrily. What are you all talking about? This is Jon's and my child. Everyone was silent. Jon grimaced, not knowing what to do. Whale was so angry that she said with a pale face, Master Machiro, according to the tradition that has become popular in recent years, the first child of a noble has to have his blood tested in public to gain the recognition of the 7 gods and the people of the territory. You can try it now, in front of us. The dark-skinned priest glanced at the Northern Ice King and walked to Dana's side. He tapped the baby's foot lightly. A drop of blood the size of a grain of rice seeped out of the foot, which was still stained with blood. Machiro did not take Jon's blood. Instead, he used the simplest king's blood verification spell to ignite the blood. Boom! The bean-sized flame instantly expanded by more than 3 feet, and its color became a noble deep purple. Ah, king's blood, top king's blood. What powerful mana! Machiro was shocked. This is my daughter. Jon was overjoyed. Yes, she's most likely your princess. Tormund does not have king's blood, Machiro said with certainty. Hey, old man, are you looking down on me? After all, I'm Market Tormund. Tormund said unhappily. After the little princess was cleaned, changed, and breastfed, Machiro took a drop of her and Jon's blood for a more complicated and formal genetic comparison spell. This time, all the nobles and famous commoners of Neverwinter were present. This had indeed gradually become a tradition among the nobles. It was not only popular in Westeros. A year ago, when the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen was born, a similar ritual had been carried out. Yes, it had gradually become a ritual that represented the recognition of the 7 gods and the heavens and earth. Similar to how Erlu and Renly used the excuse that Joffrey was not Robert's biological son to start a rebellion, it was almost impossible for this to happen again in the future. Under the witness of the Holy Mother, this is the daughter of Ice King Jon Targaryen and Queen Vyraider. Machiro held the baby girl wrapped in white bear fur and chanted a song of blessing loudly. A ray of holy light descended from the sky and landed on the swaddling clothes. Princess, princess. The nobles and commoners cheered loudly. Perhaps I have a red-haired ancestor. Valle was not angry after the incident. She knew the principle of the strong caste. Alright, she had no reason to be angry. After all, her past, 7 days later, when the baby was being baptized, her great-aunt Dany revealed the mystery to the couple. Look at her. Round face, flat nose, red hair. Can't you think of anyone? Dany looked at the baby girl in her arms like an artist appreciating a painting that had been completed with great effort. Ygritte, Jon blurted out, then shook his head frantically. How is that possible? Her mother is not Ygritte. She should not look like Ygritte. She doesn't look like Ygritte. She is Ygritte, the reincarnation of Ygritte. Dany's aunt smiled proudly. This. Valle was stunned. Didn't you say that Ygritte's soul had returned to the heavens and earth? Jon asked suspiciously. Of course it returned to the heavens and earth. If Ygritte's soul entered the child's body, it would not be reincarnation. It would be possession. How could I do such a thing? Is the wheel of reincarnation ready? Jon's heart skipped a beat. Not yet. Not only will the wheel of reincarnation cleanse the soul, it will also format the mark of life. This child's mark of life is exactly the same as Ygritte's. No matter how strong the caste is, it is not stronger than the mark of life. So, although she has your and Valle's bloodline, her specialty is very similar to Ygritte's. Tell me how I should face her in the future. John pulled his hair in frustration. That's your problem. Either you learn from caste, or you happily hand her over to another man. Ha! This was a lifetime of punishment, a lifetime of debt. Another 15 years. King's Landing, the first day of the new year, the first day of the new year. Another new king ascended to the throne. Another martial arts competition to celebrate the new king's ascension. Outside the King's Landing, the people who had changed into new clothes on the first day of the new year were as dense as a forest. In the crowd, the crisp sound of spears breaking could be heard from time to time, accompanied by intense shouts. Beside the Black River, the spring chill was chilly. The river water was clear and slow. One could vaguely see the lonely reflections of two gray-robed old monks, one tall and one short. There are so many people in King's Landing, said the short barefoot monk. According to the census a year ago, King's Landing has a permanent population of close to 300,000. Including the farmlands within 100 miles of the outskirts, there are more than 500,000. It's almost the same number as before the long night, said the tall monk. It seems that the 4 seasons are better than the chaotic seasons before, said the barefoot monk. It's also better than the extravagant long summer. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting, the 4 seasons are orderly. There are rewards for hard work and no rewards for not hard work. There's leisure and work, and there's a balance between work and rest. The world is peaceful, said the tall monk. Master Braun, I didn't expect you to have such brilliant ideas. I'm impressed, said the short monk as he cupped his hands. Master Tyrion, you're too kind. You've given up glory, wealth, and beautiful wives to walk the world barefoot for 20 years. You've helped the most remote villages all over the world and built more than 2,000 holy light totem poles. You've truly done a great service, praised Master Braun. I'm all alone and wandering in the wilderness. I can't compare to you who's cultivating in the holy hall during the day and having children and grandchildren at dinner. You're the best of all worlds, said the dwarf master as he shook his head. You're just too greedy. How can you become a god without suffering? Laughed Braun. Everyone has to have some goals, said the dwarf. Yesterday was the eve of the new year. The new king invited the vassals for a reunion dinner. You came to King's Landing but didn't go to Red Fort. Where did you spend it? Asked Braun with concern. When I passed by a village outside the city, I met a peasant girl. She saw that I was all alone and pitiful, so she warmly cooked a pot of pork and cabbage dumplings for me. The taste. The dwarf smacked his lips and sighed. Even the table full of delicacies in Red Fort can't compare to it. Braun looked at him in surprise and saw that his face was full of sincerity and praise. He nodded and said, Very good. You've reached a certain level. I'm a peak level 4 priest. My level is definitely higher than a level 3 priest like you, said the dwarf calmly. Braun smiled and didn't argue. He asked again, Have you met King Ymont? Ymont. A look of reminiscence appeared on the dwarf's face. After mulling over the name for a long time, he shook his head and said, I've never seen him before. What's his character like? Braun turned his head and lifted his chin toward the venue of the tournament. He's right there. Aren't you going to take a look? I don't know if he can repeat his father's achievements and win the crown of love and beauty for his fiancée. One look and you can only see his face. It's hard to know his heart, said the dwarf. Braun thought for a while and said, His character is all right. Although the Empress doesn't like this grandson very much, she still kept him by her side and taught him step by step. Other things aside, he has activated the 3 blessings of the human crown. Only the 3 blessings? The dwarf frowned. The Heavenly Father's blessing is just, the Holy Mother's protection is benevolent and loving, the warrior's armor is brave and fearless. It's enough for the king, said Braun. The dwarf nodded and asked again, Ymont is Leg's eldest son. Why doesn't the Empress like him? That kid is a bit like you. He's very flirtatious. At the age of 13, he impregnated a court lady. More importantly, that court lady was the daughter of Marquis Ellie. Do you still remember Ellie? The Empress Centaur Maid, said the dwarf. That's her. The Empress originally wanted him to marry the court lady, But that kid actually said that he didn't like her at all. It was only because the moonlight was too mesmerizing that he couldn't help himself. Tell me, is that something a human would say? He's just like you back then. They all say that nephews resemble their uncles. Crown Prince Leg isn't like you, but his son really is. Not only is he lecherous, but he's also glib-tongued, quick-witted, and sharp-tongued. The dwarf's mouth twitched. The Empress let him off? How is that possible? The muscles on Bron's face twitched a few times as he raised 2 fingers. A total of 200 lashes. No matter how much the Crown Princess begged, it was useless. Her skin and flesh were lacerated, and even her eyelids were charred. She had to lie in bed for a full half a year. When Prince Yimant recovered, he was immediately sent to the King's Landing as a preparatory king. I'll go and meet that kid later. The dwarf was somewhat interested. Tyrion? Suddenly, a group of knights who were about to return to their tents stopped. An old man in golden lion armor even spurred his horse excitedly and ran over. It's really you? Under the golden helmet, tears flowed down the wrinkles on his face. Jaime. The dwarf couldn't help but step forward. Looking at his golden-haired brother, his eyes were also wet. You're old. Jaime jumped off his horse and punched him. He smiled and said, I'm already 70. How can I not be old? Aren't you old too? Your hair is white, your face is full of wrinkles, and you're so skinny and dark. I almost couldn't recognize you. Uncle. Old master. Following that, another young knight led a 4 or 5-year-old boy over to greet him. You're Tywin, aren't you? Seeing the handsome young man who was almost Jaime's reappearance yesterday, the dwarf's calm state of mind, which he had cultivated for 20 years, was also broken. He trembled his rough hands and stroked his cheeks. Tywin was a little embarrassed, but he didn't avoid it. Good boy. You're all grown up. The dwarf tiptoed and patted Tywin's shoulder, then looked at the little one beside him. He was a living little Jaime. Haha, 3 generations of grandfather and grandson. They're all carved from the same mold. The dwarf laughed loudly. You guys chat. I'll go back to the city first. Bronn took his leave at the right time. Where have you been all these years? Jaime hugged the dwarf and asked. I've wandered around. I've been to the Westeros, beyond the Great Wall, Ursos. I've even returned to the western region. I've only wandered around the remote mountain villages. Why bother? Looking at his brother's big black feet, which were like old tree bark, Jaime felt very uncomfortable. What you love to enjoy the most, now. The dwarf raised his hand and interrupted him. He smiled and said, I'm really good. For the past 20 years, my heart has never felt so peaceful. Now that you're back, don't leave again. I don't have many years left to live. At least wait until I die. You can only leave after you've sent me off. Jaime said sadly. Come on, Barristan is already over 100 years old. Isn't he still vigorous? The dwarf smiled and followed the knights, walking towards Lannister's camp. The knights dismounted from their horses, silently but curiously sizing up the little devil who had already become a legend. Sir Barristan is the first holy knight to break through to demigod. After 500 years, he's still vigorous. I'm not even a holy knight. How can I compare? Jaime shook his head and smiled bitterly. The dwarf's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, Of course you can. Jaime, actually, I came back this time mainly for you. After entering the tent, the dwarf had Tywin lead the others out of the door. Then, he carefully took out something from his pocket and handed it to his brother. What is it? Jaime opened the cloth bag and saw a scroll of parchment with golden runes on its surface. Divine Comedy? He looked at the dwarf in confusion. In the winter 7 years ago, I was taking shelter from the rain under a banana tree in the barren mountains. When I was about to fall asleep in a daze, old Yimant came looking for me. 7 years ago? At that time, old Yimant was already dead. Jaime said curiously, Let me finish. The dwarf waved his hand. He had long hair and a long beard. His hair and beard were silver white. He even wore a holy white robe, as if he was a saint. I asked him, Why are you here? But he smiled and asked, Why are you here? I said, I'm cultivating. He laughed and shook his head, saying, "There are 7 paths in the human world. You're only cultivating diligently in the human path. You're too slow. Let me help you." After saying that, he casually tossed a huge picture scroll toward me. I seemed to see ghosts and 7 layers of hell pouncing toward me. I immediately woke up from my dream. "You were dreaming?" Jamie asked curiously. The dwarf pointed at the parchment scroll. "After I woke up, I had this in my hands. Yimont must have reached a realm that we can't understand. Sigh, that old man was lucky. He was directly canonized by my sister." With a sigh, he explained, "This Divine Comedy is a poem written by old Yimont after he traveled through hell, heaven, and the human world. He obtained countless inspirations from the undead. Old Yimont was a scholar. It's not a big deal that he could write poems. But this Divine Comedy contains information about heaven and hell. It even contains the secret to becoming a saint. The old man was a good person. He didn't forget me even after he died." Hearing this, Jamie's curiosity was immediately piqued. He opened the scroll and first saw, Hell Chapter, First Level of Hell, 18 Punishments. Swoosh, endless golden light immediately blinded him. In a daze, he seemed to have come to a strange place. Hymns were singing in his ears. Before him was a dark evil spirit. In front of a cross, a 3-meter-tall strong man laughed loudly as he grabbed the wailing man's tongue and pulled with all his might. "Jamie, snap out of it!" The dwarf shouted. The illusion before him, the wailing, laughing, and hymns in his ears all disappeared. But Jamie was at a loss. "Read the words in the Divine Comedy, and your consciousness will follow you to hell or heaven," the dwarf said. "How scary!" Jamie was shocked. Essentially, it's still a poem. It's just that the words have become more direct images. "What's the use of this thing?" Jamie was puzzled. "It's not some secret magic record. It's just like any other book. It can increase one's knowledge and understanding of life. In the end, cultivation and the cultivation of the heart are all about understanding." Seeing that Jamie was still at a loss, the dwarf wrapped up the parchment again. "You don't understand now. When you become a holy knight and read the Divine Comedy again, you should have a different feeling. Perhaps, when that time comes, you'll be able to see the person you should have left behind but can't forget. Old brother, I hope this Divine Comedy can help you start a new life," he said meaningfully. "I'm in my 70s. I've seen the end of my life. What new life do I have? Besides, I'm not a holy knight." Jamie smiled bitterly. "Tywin even has a son. Why don't you quickly convert to the Holy Mother? Even if you can't compare to Barristan and old Yimont, you'll only live to 100 years. You still have more than 20 years to live. Actually, I'm preparing to join the Holy Church." Jamie smiled. "I've already made an agreement with Lancel. After attending Scar Yimont's wedding, I'll become a monk in the Holy Church and become his disciple." "Scar Yimont? What kind of lousy name is that?" the dwarf said with a grin. "You'll understand once you see him." The dwarf nodded. "I'll go find him later. Remember, only you can read the Divine Comedy. You can tell the contents of the poem to others, but you must never let others see its true appearance. Some things were clearly created out of good intentions, but once they fall into the hands of evil people, they will turn into the most terrifying magic weapon," he said solemnly. "Okay, I'll remember." After the Lannister had lunch together, the dwarf said goodbye to them. "I've traveled all over the Westeros and Ursos. Next, I'll go to Sosros. There are many natives living in the wilderness there. I'll convert them and use the light of the 7 gods to cleanse the savages of their stench and savagery. Don't worry about me. In the future, the 7 Stars Bible might have a story about a dwarf turning into a beard. Jamie, take care. Tywin, little Tyrion, Grandpa will pray for you every day." The dwarf left as soon as he said so. He was very decisive. But before he left, he also went to the Red Castle and saw Scar Yimont, who was said to be very similar to him. Just as Jamie said, after seeing him, he immediately understood why he had such a nickname. Yimont had been slashed several times by his uncle and father-in-law, directly on his face and head. The scars left behind had a curse, They would never heal. When Yimont was sad, the wounds would split open. After Yimont was sent to King's Landing, he traveled to the north and was warmly received by his uncle. Then he stole his uncle's daughter. Who was very satisfied with this son-in-law, but his father-in-law, John, almost went crazy. You have guts. You're just like me. The dwarf laughed. Another 3 years later. Hot summer. Outside the great basilica. You came to the basilica to pray? Jamie looked at the female knight who was still tall, still ugly, and still had gentle eyes. His expression was very complicated. I also want to join the warrior's sons, Brini said softly. You're already a holy white knight blessed by the Holy Mother, Jamie said. I want. Brini's coarse round face blushed slightly. She bit her fat caterpillar-like lips and mustered her courage. Jamie, I've thought about it for many years and finally understood one thing. The glory of the knights, the recognition of the Dragon Queen, and the praise of countless people for the naked Iron Guards are not what I really want. I discovered that the days when I escorted you to King's Landing, the days when I spent with you were the most memorable memories of my life. When you were in Casterly Rock City, I could still hold back my thoughts, but in the 3 years since you came to the Great Basilica, I could not help but look in the direction of the Tower of Light as long as I stood on the top of the Red Keep. I can't help it anymore. You're in your 70s and I'm in my 60s. Maybe I can still live for a few more decades, but I'm afraid that when I get older, I won't have the energy to say these things, to do. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see you every day. We can practice martial arts together and pray under the statue of the Holy Mother. That's enough. Jamie's eyes reddened, and he felt an inexplicable impulse. No, it's not enough. He took a step forward and grabbed her rough hand. We can still live for a few more decades or even decades. We still have time to do some things that we couldn't do before. What things? Brini's big eyes were filled with anticipation and confusion. Let all the rules go to hell. Let's get married first, and then we'll travel the world with our swords. We'll see the beauty of the world, see the customs of various places, and eat various traditional delicacies. I'm tired of staying in Westeros. Let's go find Tyrion. He's also a cultivator. Let him officiate our wedding. Jamie said excitedly. All right, let all the rules go to hell. 2 streams of tears flowed down Brini's face. She pulled out the Oathkeeper sword with a laugh and threw it on the ground. Then she tore off the white robe behind her. The golden rune between her eyebrows flickered, and the seal of the Holy Knight shattered. Jamie also took off the striped cape of the warrior's son and removed the seal of the Holy Knight in his sea of consciousness. He laughed and hugged the tall woman. The two of them hugged each other like they were hugging the entire world. Chapter 1102. Dragon Queen, don't burn me. It was as if time and space were being distorted. The sound and the light before his eyes were being stretched infinitely. In the next moment, Asha looked around blankly. The terrifying fire that made one's soul tremble, the beautiful palace that had turned into ashes in the fire, her father Balan and her uncle Iron had all disappeared. She sat cross-legged on the beach with 2 young men lying beside her. They were Dunk and Thornton, who had entered the flowing water palace with her. The sun is out? Where is this? Asha murmured. The sun was shining brightly here, the hills were covered in green grass, and the sky and water were both jade green. There were many tourists in the vicinity, and those people who were wearing strange clothes and holding strange big black boxes were looking at her strangely. Look at her. Why did she enter the Naga altar? Yeah, isn't the Naga altar not open to the public? No, she and 2 other people suddenly appeared in the Naga altar. Have you seen her before? Looking at their classic leather armor, they should be actors from the island. They specialize in acting as the ancient Iron Seed pirates. Oh my, she has the Greyjoy family's sea monster emblem on her chest. She must be a big shot. Don't you think her temperament is very different? There was a kind of savagery that was rarely seen among ladies nowadays. Help me take a picture. What magic are you using? The small silver iron pot on top of the big black box emitted a dazzling light. Asha was frightened and covered her face as she retreated. Hiding behind the Naga's rib, she was convinced that although the environment and people had changed drastically, this was definitely Old Wake Island. Someone come, Priest Thale, Dunstan Zhuagu, is there anyone from the Zhuagu family? As soon as she finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened. Old Wake Island's Naga Rib Scenic Area is temporarily closed. Distinguished guests, please leave in an orderly manner. In view of the inconvenience caused by this action, Iron Seed Culture Travel Company is willing to make sincere compensation. A rumbling sound came from above. Asha looked up blankly and saw a cylindrical sail that was even bigger than a castle. There was clearly a 20-meter-long wooden boat hanging below. While she was still in a daze, 7 or 8 ropes were thrown down from the side of the wooden boat. A group of soldiers in strange clothes slid down from the sky. Among them, a handsome pretty boy with silver hair and purple eyes came to her side. He stopped 2 steps away and said in a low voice, "Grandma Asha, I'm Theon Greyjoy, your 6th-generation grandson. It's not convenient to talk here. Let me take you back to Pike City first." "Brat, are you trying to scare me? I don't even have a son, how can I have a grandson?" Although Asha was a little suspicious, she didn't reject him when she saw his sincere expression and the palm-sized golden sea monster tribe emblem on her left chest. He grabbed her waist and pulled her up to the wooden ship in the sky. "Little Theon, why aren't they coming up?" The smell of fresh meat was refreshing. Asha couldn't help but lean into his arms and deliberately use her thigh to rub against his sensitive part. Little Theon's face turned red, and little Theon's blood began to rush. "Grandma, I'm really your 6th-generation grandson. Stop fooling around." Theon smiled bitterly and used his leg to push her leg away. He looked down at the soldiers who were pulling the ropes near the Naga's ribs and said, "It's been 100 years since you entered the Flowing Water Palace. You died in the first fire and returned from it. The first fire is the most powerful force in the world. I'm worried that the place you appeared in has terrible magical radiation. It has to be quarantined and inspected before it can be opened to tourists again." As for the 2 knights, Dunk and Thornton, their people will take them back. As early as half a month ago, we received the news that you were about to be resurrected. Asha didn't understand many of the words, but she understood her situation. 100 years later. Are you kidding? 100 years have passed since the long night? Sigh, it's strange, but it's the truth. At this moment, the 2 were pulled up to the deck of the wooden boat by ropes. An old woman in a white robe came and said with a kind smile, "Asha, we broke into the Flowing Water Palace at the same time that day. It's been 100 years since we last met. Do you still recognize me?" You're not Dunstan's wife, Madam Mandy? But you didn't go to the Flowing Water Palace at that time." Asha was puzzled. "Ha." The old woman with the iron crutch looked up and laughed. "Asha, I'm Tun. I used to be called Thale, people called me Sanyanren." "You're Thale? Do you think I'm stupid or blind? These 2 lumps of Hanako are bigger than me." Priest Tun sighed. "I can understand. For you, the world has changed too much. Let me explain it to you slowly." Hum chi chi kacha 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 kacha. The whistle at the stern of the boat sounded. First, it spewed out a long white gas and green flames. Then, the propeller turned and the wooden boat drew a white line in the sky with a whoosh. "What's that?" Asha, who was on the deck, was completely unprepared. She was careless and was almost knocked down by the sudden acceleration. "Wildfire steam engine." Theon said, "Wildfire? I know about wildfire. We all use wildfire to burn the deviant ghosts. But what's a steam engine?" "Grandma, don't call me Grandma. Call me Asha." "Alright, Asha, have you ever seen a kettle after boiling water? Is the lid pushed open by the steam and you can't hold it down no matter how hard you try? Are you crazy? I'm a duke. Why would I boil water? Why would I hold the lid open when I've eaten so much?" Asha asked curiously. Theon was speechless. Sigh, Asha has to start from a small school to get used to life now. She has to at least graduate from high school, if not university. Priest Taman sighed. "Tell me about what happened after the Flowing Water Palace," Asha said. "You're at a disadvantage. Balan and Iron shouldn't have taken you away." Taman rambled on and told her about her experiences over the years. It's really been 100 years. Asha came to the side of the boat. The wind blew her long hair. The picturesque scenery of the land was unfamiliar to her. After you became a woman, didn't you feel uncomfortable at all? You seemed to be very happy. After a while, she turned around and asked curiously, if I were to constantly integrate into the life of a mortal with this body, it would indeed be difficult and shameful. But I'm a cultivator. With such a gifted body, I was like a fish in water in the process of cultivation. The carefree cultivation quickly suppressed the physical inconveniences. I feel very good now, Theon said with a face full of reverence. Masterton is not only a level 5 divine priest, but also a level 5 demigod water wizard. Even after the long night, a large number of demigods were born. Iron Crutch Old Woman An was still among the top. A lot of demigods? But demigods are still gods, Asha said in disbelief. We came at a good time. Not to mention the priest, how could we not be devout after witnessing such a miraculous era? Iron Crutch Old Woman sighed. Extraordinaries who have great merit in the long night have a chance to enter the investiture of the gods. Due to the mysterious connection between the investiture of the gods and the cauldron of the divine king, those who enter the investiture of the gods can more easily sense the laws in the Sea of Laws. Actually, the main reason is the Heavenly Emperor, Theon interrupted. The Heavenly Emperor is too strong. Asha, you were able to be reborn perfectly, which is enough to prove the extent of her control over the First Flame. Heavenly Emperor? Dragon Queen? Yes, after the long night ended, there were many cities in the world that did not submit to her. Dragon Queen naturally became the #1 empress in the world. All the kings in the world, including the kings of the 7 countries, are her subjects. And all the extraordinaries know that she is also the king of gods. Her dual identity as the divine king and first emperor made her respectfully known as the Heavenly Emperor. Taman said leisurely. Asha was startled and asked, is she still the empress? Taman pointed at the rumbling metal lump at the back of the ship. She was the one who popularized the wildfire steam engine. Almost all the changes in the world's politics, economy, culture, technology, and other aspects are related to her. She remade the world in her early years and is still guiding the world's direction. Is she married now? Asha asked again. Which man in the world do you think can straighten his back in front of her? Let's not talk about whether a man can straighten his back. As long as his penis can be propped up, it's fine. With such a foundation, it can't be without an heir, right? Asha said. She has a son. Taman popularized the Dragon Queen's family again. Targaryens are not worth much now. There are hundreds of them, all descendants of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the young man and said, look at Theon's back, that's the emblem of the pentashade dragon Targaryen. His mother is Dany, the princess of the Targaryen family, the 3rd daughter of Duke Rhaegar of Dragonstone Island. Yes, Duke Rhaegar is a 4th-generation grandson that the Heavenly Emperor likes very much. No wonder he's so good-looking, Asha muttered. Our family will get a lot of benefits from the marriage with the Targaryens, right? Sigh, it's different now. If I was born a few decades earlier, I might have been granted a dukedom. Now, it's hard to even see the face of the old ancestor. Theon shook his head and smiled bitterly. At least the family's talent has been improved. Which of the great dukedom families in the world doesn't want to marry a Targaryen princess as their mistress? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is the greatest benefit. If it weren't for Lord Robb's personal appearance, Duke John would have no hope of marrying the famous Dany as lady. Taman said faintly. Theon was silent. Asha said blankly, Robb John, who are they? Robb is the son of your brother, Theon. John is Theon's father. His name comes from the legendary hero, Fool John. Robb is also the adopted son of Fool John. So, Greyjoy and Targaryen have a deep relationship, Taman said. Asha was even more confused. My brother is a eunuch. I thought Theon was my uncle's descendant. And John, I've never heard of him. Victarion married Little Rose, but didn't leave, in Nami above. Asha shouted excitedly. Which little Rose? Is it the shit Rose Marjorie? How did the two of them get together? The evil and depraved Inami is a thing of the past. Now, we all believe in the 7 gods. 4 Drowner, Taman said awkwardly. Then, she explained the experiences of the few legendary characters to Asha. I didn't expect so many things to happen after that. Asha was in a daze. I'm not surprised that Theon had an illegitimate son. When that guy's second son was still around, he never let it rest. I even remember Rob's mother, standing at the dock with a silly look on her face as Theon left. Theon was very embarrassed. Asha, the wind on the deck is strong. Let's go to the bottom of the ship, he said. Don't flying wooden ships stand on the deck? It was only after they entered the cabin that Asha realized how foolish her words were. The ship was not too fast. It was about the speed of a normal horse, about 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. However, it was a little high. Coupled with the rotation of the steel propeller at the stern, the wind on the deck was especially strong. But once they entered the cabin, not only was the wind gone, the roar of the wildfire steam engine was almost inaudible. It was a small room that was as luxurious as a palace. There were glass windows installed at the bottom and sides. Sitting on a comfortable leather sofa, one could taste red wine while admiring the white clouds floating past them. When one looked down, one could see the rolling hills and plains. That's not right. Is Old Wake Island that big? We've been flying for so long, but we still haven't seen the sea? Oh, back in the day, the Dragon Queen saw that our iron islands were too barren, so she used her great magic to fill in the sea between a few islands, Taman said casually. Clang! Asha's crystal glass fell from her right hand and onto the ground. Chapter 1103. And Asha, you're finally back. Father was still talking about you when he was dying. The airship had just landed on the lawn in front of the castle when old Rob walked over shakily. Sigh, before I opened my eyes, I didn't even know I had a nephew. When I opened my eyes again, you're already so old. But apart from you, no one in the Greyjoy family really misses me. Looking at the skinny old man with wrinkled skin and white hair in front of her, Asha could not help but feel a sense of loneliness. Don't say that, Aunt. We all know you and have been waiting for your return, said a silver-haired, purple-eyed woman in a red dress with a smile. Oh, you really do look a little like the Dragon Queen. You're Dany, right? Asha looked at the elegant and noble woman, muttering to herself, My son is already an adult, but why does he look younger than me? And it's me. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, John. My eldest daughter, Dania. My second daughter, Dany C. Asha felt a little dizzy as she watched the beautiful Dany greeting her and calling her grandma one after another. Also, their clothes were so strange. What were they called, suits and bell-bottoms? First, under Danika's guidance, she toured the refurbished Pike City. At night, she had dinner with her grandchildren and the vassals of the Iron Archipelago who had heard the news. Only then did she return to her old bedroom, exhausted. It was actually old Rob's bedroom, as it belonged to the Duke of the Iron Islands. It used to be the main building of Pike City. And Asha, I knew you were coming back, so I cleaned up the tower in advance. Old Rob sighed emotionally. Kids nowadays live in fashionable villas. There's a generation gap between them and us nostalgic old people. Asha had seen Dany's villa today. It was an empty, clean and bright empty house. I'm still young. I also like big houses with tiled walls, floor-to-ceiling glass, and balconies, she said. Then I'll get you another one? Old Rob was stunned. Forget it. I like big houses, but I like this tower even more. Here I have more memories. This painting. Asha stopped in front of a huge oil painting at the head of the bed. The painting was of a young woman with a somewhat familiar face. Is she your wife? She asked. I hope she is. But she is only my dream, my moon. I can see her every day and feel her gentleness, but her gentleness doesn't belong to me alone. Old Rob stared straight at the smiling woman wearing a garland in the oil painting and said in a daze. Seeing an old man in heat, Asha got goosebumps. Never thought you were a poet, she said dryly. Poet? Old Rob was taken aback for a moment before he smiled in realization. "Aunt, you misunderstood. I wasn't reciting a poem. What I said was the truth. She's the real moon goddess. She was the daughter of Queen Sansa, also known as Dany Lees. We grew up together. Later, I became Lord John's adopted son, and she went to Slaves Bay. We parted ways." "Oh, so she's the daughter of rotten-ass Sansa. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. She really looks like her mother." Asha suddenly realized. "Aunt, don't say that. Queen Sansa is very good to my father and to me. I grew up by her side, and she almost treats me like a son," Rob said uncomfortably. "If she's good to you, why didn't she marry her daughter to you?" Asha scoffed. "That's because she's better to her own daughter. You have to be content with what you have and know how to be grateful. What kind of person would you be if you forgot all your previous kindness when things didn't go your way?" Old Rob said magnanimously. "You're very unlike Greyjoy. Your grandfather, or any of your uncles, wouldn't say that," Asha said strangely. "My father would say that." Old Rob smiled. Asha smiled as well. "It's good the way it is now." "What does the moon goddess mean?" she asked again. "Do you see the moon outside?" "Yes, it's very big. It's even brighter than when we were here." Asha walked to the window and looked at the half-moon in the sky. Just 20 years ago, there was no moon in the sky. When Dany became a demigod, the Dragon Queen lit up the moon again. Dany also left the human world and ascended to the astral world to take control of the lunar star, which is the moon. Prince Leg also ended his 80-year career as the crown prince. He rode a carriage forged by the sun god armor and guarded the sun star for the Sky Emperor. I can understand that the Dragon Queen's son and daughter-in-law became demigods. But why was there no sun or moon before? Why did they only start forging 20 years ago? Asha was puzzled. The sun before was the Dragon Queen herself. The Dragon Queen's light illuminated the world. Later, our world was cut off from the four-pole universe, and we could no longer extract the power of the four elements. At that time, without external energy, we could only extract the power of the Earth's fire from the Earth's core. The Dragon Queen simply took a ball of Earth's fire from the Earth's core and used the Song of Fire to solidify it into the secondary first flame. 1,000 fire spirits ate it. After eating the secondary first flame, the fire spirits all became demigods. 1,000 demigod small suns were installed with strange runes, forming a giant true sun that would never be extinguished. Prince Leg's sun chariot carried that sun. I don't understand at all. Asha was confused. It's okay if you don't understand. Just think of Prince Leg as the Lord of the Sun and Dany as the Master of the Moon. Auntie, you've been out of touch for too long. A lot of knowledge can't be explained to outsiders without systematic learning. When the Imperial University reopens, why don't you go to King's Landing with Dany and be a transfer student in the history department? Old Rob suggested. I'm already 30 years old and you want me to be a student? Or, are you trying to chase me away? Asha was suspicious. Oh, what are you saying, Auntie? The old man's face was red with anxiety. He stomped his feet and said, I swear to the 7 gods that I have no bad intentions. If you don't want to leave the Iron Islands, you can go to Ocean University in Great Wick City to study. However, Ocean University is only a secondary school. It mainly trains sailors and sea shapeshifters. Its faculty is far inferior to the world's #1 Imperial University. Although King's Landing Imperial University is only a branch of Imperial University. What's secondary school? Asha suddenly felt that she really should go to Imperial University for a few years. Secondary university can be regarded as the count of universities. Primary university is the Duke, while Imperial University is the King. Oh, I see. Imperial University specializes in training the children of royalty. Asha was enlightened. No, commoners can also enter as long as they pass the exam. Old Rob waved his hand. I remember that when you went to the Flowing Water Palace, the 7 kingdoms already had elementary and intermediate magic schools? He was confused. Commoners need to take an exam to enter, but nobles are exempted. Isn't that like accompanying the prince to study? Asha laughed. You're not completely wrong. Nobles do have preferential treatment, but it's only based on their title. It's impossible to completely exempt them from the exam. What about me? Old Rob sighed. You're a transfer student. You don't have a graduation certificate or participate in the final exam. Imperial University's official students, if they have excellent grades, will be conferred a title by the royal family when they graduate. They'll be court knights without fiefs. Some star students are even recruited by the king in advance before they graduate and are selected as their own ministers. Let me think. I haven't even explored the Iron Islands enough. I don't want to go to King's Landing immediately, Asha said. In less than half a month, Asha changed her mind and decided to go to King's Landing to study at Imperial University. There were two reasons. First, the Iron Islands had changed too much, and she was unfamiliar with the place. Whether it was Iron Seed commoners or nobles, there was a very obvious generation gap when she interacted with them. Second, she was deeply traumatized and really thirsted for new knowledge and skills. A few days ago, when Countess Harlow brought her daughter to visit her, Asha's mother was from the Harlow family, she gave her a brown leather bag the size of a wine bottle as a gift. Asha felt that her uncle's granddaughter-in-law was insulting her. This little thing was hard and small. What could it hold? Danny and the other women commented on the bag, talking about the leather, the style, the matching with the skirt. They talked endlessly, their faces full of excitement. When she laughed and said, "When I took the Iron Seed out to sea to rob merchant ships, I always hated the fact that the sack wasn't big enough. You little things can't even hold a bigger penis. What's the use of it?" Silence. Everyone covered their small mouths and looked at her like frightened quails. She was annoyed by the way they looked at her like she was a barbarian. She continued to provoke them, "You fancy ladies of the Green Land. If you meet the Iron Seed at sea, you'll probably be scared to tears. Asha, any of us ladies here, even me, can easily sweep away all the iron seeds on a ship back in the day," the second daughter of the Duchess said excitedly. According to Asha's request, they no longer called her the Grandaunt. They all called her by her name. "Little Danny, your bragging ability can sweep away the iron seed on 10 ships. Ha!" Asha raised her head and laughed. Then, tragedy befell her. Little Danny, who was only 12 years old, pulled her and asked to play the finger dance game, the most iron seed. "I was wrong, little Danny. You know the finger dance and dare to take the initiative to ask to play this game. It shows that you are a good iron seed." At first, she naturally refused and didn't want to bully the little one. However, little Danny didn't give up. The Duchess on the side also laughed and said, "Finger dance is actually just an ordinary child's game. It doesn't matter if you play it." These words deeply irritated Asha. A child's game? Don't think that just because you are called Danny, you are all Danny Lees. Even your ancestors, Danny Lees, didn't dare to say such arrogant words. "Let's try with an axe without a blade," Asha said with a straight face. "No need. We all know the holy healing technique. Cutting off an arm or a hand is a small problem." The Duchess said, "Okay, little Danny Lees, don't howl later." Ow. 2 minutes later, Asha held her broken hand and howled miserably. Every time she threw out the axe, Danny caught it absent-mindedly. She even closed her eyes and shouted, "Asha, too slow, too steady. Faster, use more skills." Asha was confused by anger and used all her strength, but the other side was still at her fingertips. "Asha, you can't do it." Danny Lee seemed to be bored. She opened her eyes and casually threw out the axe. It was so fast, so hurried, so tricky. Before she could react, her wrist was cut off at the elbow. "Why is it like this? Did you use magic, Danny Lees?" Asha's face was pale. "Asha, you are barely a junior knight, and I—" Danny Lees wrinkled her small nose and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm already 12 years old, and I'm only a level 3 Grand Knight. I'm afraid I can't get into the Imperial University. So embarrassing." Asha was dumbfounded. "You are a junior knight if you can move your arm like a finger. You are a level 2 knight if you can lift something heavy. You are a level 3 Grand Knight if you can lift something light. You are a level 4 Earth Knight if you can surpass the mortal. Lady Danny Lees is an Earth Knight, even I. Count Harlow covered his red mouth with a jade fan and laughed lightly. My level is the lowest, but I'm still a level 2 senior knight and a level 2 paladin. Asha was about to crack. The nobles nowadays use my ancestor as the perfect model to raise their young ladies. Danny Lees Targaryen raised her chin and said proudly, quiet at home, elegant as a painting. On the battlefield, the sword is like a dragon. The best noblewoman can fight and kill. She is skilled in both magic and martial arts. She can also govern the family, manage the fief, and balance the finances. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and fashion design, they are all small interests and gadgets to pass the time. Asha. Chapter 1104. At dinner time, old Rob came back from the great cathedral. Hearing about what happened in the afternoon, he went to the bedroom to comfort Asha. Don't take it to heart. Times are different, and the standards of individual strength and ladyship are different. The most obvious change is force. You were born in a time when magic power and force were very weak, but the modern era has entered a new era of low-level magic power and force. Before the long night, the level of swordsmanship only existed in theory. Only in the Book of White Knights, Sir Arthur Dane gave a superficial description of it. There was no way to train the body. Because of the lack of understanding of the human body, excessive training would cause the knight apprentices to be crippled. The ancient knight instructors did not dare to set up weight training at all. They only let 2 noble children hold wooden swords and bang 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 bang. What can this train? The old man first pointed at his lower abdomen, his heart, and the space between his eyebrows. Then he bent down and lifted the soles of his feet. These 4 storage points were only developed in the last few decades. After special stimulation training, one's speed, stamina, and reaction will increase exponentially. You're not lying to me? I've never heard of such a technique. Asha doubted. Alas, you don't believe me, but don't you believe the Dragon Queen? The old man stared and said, my granddaughter-in-law, Danny, became a 4th-level Earth Knight at the age of 10. At the age of 12, she entered the Valley Mountains alone and caught a shadow lynx. That lynx is raised in our castle's beast house. If you're interested, you can go take a look. PowerPoints are magic? Asha murmured. It has nothing to do with magic. It's just a simple body training method. Have you heard of the story of the Dragon Queen fighting 100 alone and becoming the King of Kal? The old man asked. She didn't use magic? Asha said. At that time, she swore a sacred oath to never use magic. Do you think the Dragon Queen would violate the sacred oath? Did she master the PowerPoint technique at that time? Asha was surprised. No, the body training technique was slowly explored after the long night. If she had known the PowerPoint technique earlier, she would not have hidden it in the long night. In fact, the current body development techniques are all made public by her, and she updates them every few years. After catching his breath, old Rob continued, the training at the energy storage point needs to be paired with the holy healing technique. The reason why the energy storage point had such a name was because it could store energy. Priests could fill it with holy light. In this way, during physical training, the muscles, bones, and organs of the body would automatically absorb the power of holy light from the accumulation point to improve themselves. Saint healing is the foundation of the modern knight training method. In the past, we didn't dare to overdo it for fear of causing irreparable damage to our bodies. But now, we can train as much as we want and fully develop our body's potential without worrying about injuries. The Saint healing technique is most effective for this kind of physical injury without any side effects. How much stronger are the people who develop power storage points compared to ordinary people? Asha asked enviously. One's physical fitness can be increased by about 2 times. Some people with extraordinary talent can even reach 3 times the previous level. Those who are slightly weaker can at least reach 5 times. If he could become a holy knight and fill his body with the power of the holy light, his strength, speed, and reflexes would continue to increase. Danny was already an Earth Knight at the age of 10, so why is she still an Earth Knight 30 years later? She became a holy knight, but her swordsmanship didn't improve, but the power of the holy light, in our Greyjoy family, it's second only to me, this old man. The old man said proudly. You're so old yet you're still alive, are you a demigod? Asha asked in surprise. Peak 4th level holy knight, peak 4th level great priest, I'm still a long way from soul ascension, but I'm not that old. The old man smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, the holy light can nourish the body and extend one's life. It's nothing for a modern person to live for 150 years, or even 200 years. If I went to Sky Dragon Temple, I would have to bow my head and call them uncle or even grandpa. What's Sky Dragon Temple? Asha was confused. It's a place where a group of old warriors' sons or priests settled down. Many of them are heroes who survived the long night. They complained that the King's Landing's Baylor Cathedral was too noisy, so they went north to the Great Wall, found a corner in the mountains, and built a temple dedicated to asceticism. Because the first abbot of the temple was Targaryen, and he also contributed greatly to the construction of the temple, it was named Sky Dragon Temple. Asha's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, so, if I go to Sky Dragon Temple, I'll see many old friends. There should be many people who know you, but I'm not sure if they'll treat you as a friend. Old Rob said honestly. Thinking of her popularity in the Seven Kingdoms, Asha sighed helplessly and asked a more practical question. Can you stimulate my power points and help me train my body? Yes, but I suggest you go to the Empire University, they have the best teachers. Training the body is only the foundation for improving one's strength, but skills are also very important. I can help you train your body, but my swordsmanship may not be suitable for you. In the past, most of the knights in the Seven Kingdoms didn't even reach the first realm, like an arm wielding the finger. You're already outstanding for being able to grasp the basics of, like an arm wielding the finger. But now, the old man looked like he was reminiscing. The 8 years of the long night were also the 8 years when the knight's swordsmanship underwent a qualitative change. Outside, there was the pressure of life and death from the other ghosts, and within the human race, there was the sword god who publicized his swordsmanship understanding. The holy knights also used the holy knight seal to obtain the divine art of warrior's sword. In the last battle, at least 50 knights broke through the bottleneck and reached the 4th realm of divine transcendence. For example, Little Rose, whom you look down on, was only at the realm of light as heavy before the last battle, but after the battle, she successfully broke through to divine transcendence. After 100 years of system development, the legendary divine transcendence is only the threshold of high-level swordsmen now. Only by reaching level 4 in swordsmanship before the age of 14 can you be guaranteed admission to the Empire University. Little Danny only has 1 year left to work hard. Level 4 is the threshold, then what's the level of a top-level swordsman? Asha asked blankly. Becoming a demigod purely through swordsmanship, or sword god, is around level 9. Becoming a god through swordsmanship? Is that possible? Asha was doubtful. The Dragon Queen was the first sword god, Jaime Lannister was the second, and his wife Brenny Taz was the third. It wasn't until 50 years later that Sir Barristan barely broke through to sword god and was the fourth. These are the 4 famous sword gods, and perhaps there are still sword gods who are focused on cultivation and are not known to outsiders. They're all acquaintances. Am I the weakest one among all the old acquaintances who are still alive? She asked. Am I the weakest one? You're still young and full of hope. In the Empire University, you can learn everything you want to learn. With your wisdom and experience, you'll become a modern noble lady in 3 to 5 years. The old man comforted. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, fashion appreciation? I can't learn that. Asha shook her head. A real top-level noble lady doesn't have to master all kinds of fancy skills, but to live a sincere life. Danny and the others liked fashion, so they went to learn the art of fashion. Only commoner girls who want to enter the upper-class circle will spend time studying knowledge that they don't like but can please others. You're already in the circle, so you don't have to cater to the people in the circle. You can do whatever you want and cultivate your hobbies within the bounds of law and tradition. As long as you don't treat ignorance as personality. The gentlemen and ladies in the circle may laugh at your hobbies, but they won't really look down on you. People outside the circle will only praise you for being free and easy and having personality. This is the privilege of nobility, Old Rob said meaningfully. Asha accepted the old man's suggestion that when Danny's summer vacation was over, she would go to King's Landing with her to go to college. Seeing her so motivated, the Greyjoys in the castle were also very happy. Duchess Dany also decided to take part of her time every day to help her aunt with her junior high and high school classes, so that she wouldn't lose face for the sea monster family. But a few days later, Asha couldn't stand it anymore. She found old Rob and complained, "John's wife is good-looking, fertile, skilled in martial arts, and good at running the family, but she's too arrogant." Dany was once the flower of the empire. When she was young, she did have a bit of a princess temper, but after being the matriarch of the Iron Islands for 30 years, her methods should be very smooth, right? The old man asked curiously. "I think you've adapted to her arrogance in the past 30 years, Asha said. "What did she do?" "When she taught me history, she would often say, 'We Targaryens.' When she taught me literature, she kept reading poems praising the Dragon Queen and made me recite them. When she taught me mathematics, she pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree, saying that the ancient nobles were all idiots who actually left accounting to the scholars. When she was teaching me magic, she made me learn the Targaryen language, invented by the Dragon Queen. Inami above, I admire the Dragon Queen very much, but I, Greyjoy, don't eat the Dragon Queen's food, so why should I learn the Targaryen language to please her?" She taught you Draconic, right? Square words, right? Is that Draconic? Why should I learn that stuff?" Asha said unhappily. "You're probably mistaken. Dany is speaking the teaching materials written by the Dragon Queen." The old man said slowly, "Targaryens do like to speak Draconic as Targaryen. They think they're the brothers of the Megalosaurus. Isn't the Dragon Queen the mother of dragons? She hatched the Megalosaurus from a stone egg and gave birth to Prince Rhaegar. It's not wrong to say that they're brothers. Are they crazy enough to learn from Aeron and turn into dragons by drinking wildfire?" Asha laughed. "This," Old Rob said strangely, "it's not unusual for Targaryens to drink wildfire to replenish their magic. When Dany uses Draconic magic, she can transform into a magical fire dragon covered in flames. Drinking wildfire can increase her endurance." "You're kidding, right?" Asha said foolishly. Before the long night, most of the magic and witchcraft in the supernatural world used advanced Valeglia and Archic, while the ancient creatures used Archaic. After the long night, the Dragon Queen developed a new magic system for her descendants, which is to use Draconic incantations to imitate the Megalosaurus Draconic magic. For example, dragon roars, dragon flames, fire dragon combat skills. Transforming into a dragon and drinking wildfire to replenish magic were just some of them. At first, only Targaryens learned Draconic, but later, priests with fire talent discovered that after switching to Draconic incantations, they could borrow the power of the dragon god to imitate Targaryens' Draconic magic. Thus, Draconic magic began to become a mainstream magic system. Dany taught you Draconic out of kindness. Who better to be a Draconic magic teacher than Targaryen? Chapter 1105. In the early years, Dany graduated from the Imperial University and stayed on as a Draconic magic teacher for a few years. Now that she's willing to teach you alone, you should thank her. As for the Dragon Queen's poems, if you want to learn history, how can you avoid the Dragon Queen? She is history, and her every move is a historical event. And Dany is a Targaryen. What's wrong with saying "we Targaryens"? It was normal to let the scholars manage the finances in the past, but now. Asha, you also participated in the trial on Fairy Island, right? Of course, we Ironseed have done all kinds of evil, so we're the targets of the trial, Asha said self-deprecatingly. Old Rob's mouth twitched and he said, "Back then, the City of Knowledge was also put on trial. What the scholars did was terrifying. Now, all the nobles who went to university understand that the two powers of finance and personnel appointment must be in their own hands. There are no scholars now? I see crows in crows' nests. Aren't the scholars raising them? Asha asked, puzzled. Fewer crows are used, and glass candles are used to transmit information faster. In the past, scholars were also divided into breeders, doctors, tutors, aides, and many other professions. They were more professional, more efficient, and more reliable. Of course, some small nobles with weak assets, such as productive knights, couldn't support so many people, so they could only use the ancient scholar system. So, the City of Knowledge still exists. It was reorganized as the University of Old Town, and there's a major called Ancient Scholar. Just 30 years ago, it was successfully promoted to a university. There are only 7 universities in the world. Alright, what you said makes sense. But why was our Greyjoy family's language changed by Danny? When I first returned to Pike City, I saw the 6 words on the plaque outside the gate. I thought it was some strange runes. Later, after Danny taught me language, I realized it was Draconic and it's our family's new language, Asha said with a straight face. Is the new language not good? Old Rob sighed. In modern times, the saying, strength wins through hard work, would be laughed at. They mocked us for being bandits and robbers, when our family had participated in the final battle and was an ancient hero family. It was not worth it to ruin their reputation because of an inappropriate clan language. Take a closer look. Not only has our family changed, but many Ironseed nobles have also taken advantage of the new era to use a new language that is more positive and progressive. Isn't it shameful that you can get rich through hard work? If my father was still alive, he would definitely be angered to death, Asha said. Sigh, what a pity. You were taken away by Grandpa and missed the glorious battle that allowed the Iron Seed to rise from the ashes. When countless Iron Seed members pointed their swords at the Inami, we abandoned the Inami's evil teachings. Like Ten, Dunstan, and the other 8 heroes, it was very easy for them to accept the doctrine of the 7 gods that labor is the most glorious. Old Rob shook his head and sighed. Labor is the most glorious? Bullshit. Asha grinned. Labor is most glorious, that is the doctrine of the blacksmith. Fighting to the death is most glorious, that is the doctrine of the warrior. How is the doctrine of the 7 gods bullshit? You guys live in luxury every day. When have you ever worked? Old Rob was speechless. Apart from you, which adult in our family doesn't work hard? I go to the Holy Church every day and help the commoner children activate the energy points in the morning. After the noon prayers, I treat the patients in the afternoon. When it's dark, I go home and have dinner with my family. Isn't that hard work? Danny and John also have to manage the huge Iron Islands, and even Theon. You haven't seen Theon for a few days, right? He's the general manager of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, and he works every day. Asha was speechless. After a while, she asked, Then, is our family rich? Old Rob probed. Danny said that she can't give you the title of Duke of the Iron Islands, but regardless of whether you marry or not, she will compensate you with 2 million gold royals. Inami above, 2 million, are you that rich? Asha was stunned. Seeing that she was only shocked by the amount of money and didn't show any dissatisfaction about not returning the title, Old Rob sighed in relief and said, Our family didn't have much money. When Danny married, she brought 5 million gold royals as a dowry, and then 5 million. Are you kidding me? She's only the 3rd daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. Asha shouted. Sigh, Dragon Queen is too rich. Every Targaryen daughter gets a big red packet when she marries, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. Asha was shocked. Did she rob the Bravo's iron treasury in the end? No need. The old man shook his head. Long Night's 10 cities were empty, and the wealth in those empty cities belonged to the Dragon Queen. After the Long Night's end, she set up the Royal Merchant Company, which not only helped the empire develop commerce, but also made a lot of money. For example, our family steam airship was bought from the Dragon Queen, and it cost 700,000 gold royals each. It's a robbery! Asha shouted again. In ancient times, how many longships could 700,000 gold royals make? Can those longships together beat a steam airship? Asha sighed. It's just a lump of iron, too expensive. You didn't look carefully, did you? The key parts of that steam boiler are all made of steel. How can ordinary steel withstand a long period of wildfire? Also, the leather pouch for inert light gas has to be tough, light, and fireproof. Only the best magicians in material science can make it. I'm sure you've seen the Air Force soldiers on the airships. In order to reduce their weight, they can't wear heavy iron armor. But the Air Force is precious, and protection is even more important. So, they all wear cloth armor that makes you feel strange. Old Rob said. This. Asha was stunned and smiled bitterly. I'm really behind the times. Danny is learning from the Dragon Queen's business methods. In just a few decades, our family has become rich, and we have a net worth of tens of millions. However, Danny is planning to build a road system that connects the major cities in the Iron Islands. Infrastructure is the most expensive, so I can only give you 2 million. Old Rob said slowly. It costs so much to build a road? Asha was puzzled. It's not an ordinary mud road. Have you seen the Valeglia Avenue? Without a megalosaurus to add high-energy magic to the molten boulders, we can only use a large number of fire priests who are proficient in dragon magic to replace it. A 7-meter-wide Blackstone Avenue costs more than 300,000 gold royals per kilometer. This project will require all the nobles of the Iron Islands to invest 1,000 years and 10 billion gold royals to complete. The old man sighed. That's too much, is it necessary? Asha mumbled. Once the Blackstone Avenue is completed, our Iron Islands will benefit for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. Do you think it's worth it? As long as it's worth it, it's necessary. After communicating with old Rob, Asha dispelled her misunderstanding of Danny. She abandoned her prejudices and began to truly focus on learning. She continued to read history books and elementary school nature books. She gradually gained a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world. A month later, Asha, wearing a top and skirt similar to the women of this era, bid farewell to her family together with Lady Greyjoy, Danny. Each of them had 2 maids, 2 etiquette instructors, and 2 night instructors who were also bodyguards. They brought 7 to 8 rattan trunks and took a carriage to the pier. Together with many noble children who had left the island to study, talented commoners, and tourists who were returning home, they boarded a giant ship with sky blue and pure white stripes that amazed Asha. She had seen wooden ships that were 100 meters long before the long night. However, the center of gravity of those ships was very low, and there were no tall buildings on the deck. This ship, named Legendary Tanis, was 7 stories tall. Most importantly, it was a mixture of steel and wood. They lived in a small villa with a 30-square-meter garden on the top floor. This ship is our family's property. My father personally designed and supervised the construction of this ship. Only the women of the Duke and the King's family can stay in this bedroom. Others can't enter even if they have money. Danny threw herself onto the large duvet and said lazily, "Since it's Greyjoy's property, why is it called this name?" Asha asked curiously. This cruise ship is mainly used to travel around the Westeros. In order to attract tourists, it's natural to use the name of the legendary hero of the Iron Islands. If you call it King Balan, other than historians, who would know its meaning? If the Drumjois family wasn't also a shareholder of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, this name wouldn't be used casually. Dunstan, that old fellow, was my underling back then. Asha said gloomily. Woo, a whistle that pierced through the clouds came from the stern of the ship, completely suppressing the shouts of the crowd on the pier and by the ship's railing. The white column of steam was 50 meters tall, like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Such powerful power, Asha said blankly. After getting used to it for more than a month, she gradually understood the basic principles and levels of the steam engine. 2 steam turbine engines, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, each with 3,000 horsepower. It's okay in the Westeros, but in the entire world, it's not much. For example, the people of Bravos are building a super cruise ship called Titan with a displacement of more than 30,000 tons. Danny said, after the legendary Dunstan left the Iron Islands, it stopped at Andromeda City for half a day to let off a batch of passengers and another batch of passengers. Then, it went south along the Westeros coastline. 4 days later, the cruise ship arrived at Port Lannister. Asha and Danny brought a group of servants off the ship. Asha? When they went down from the 7th floor, Asha met an old acquaintance in the VIP cabin on the 3rd floor. Thornton, it's you. Why you here? Asha was pleasantly surprised. Many people had returned from the first flame. There were hundreds of thousands of Iron Seed undead, but only 3 of them were still alive. Among the people who followed Danny into the flowing water palace, there were 7 warriors who won the finger dance, a scholar who recorded the great achievements of the Dragon Queen, and a guide. Among the 7 warriors, Asha, Thornton, and Tangku were taken away by their father and brother. They died in the first flame and lost the chance to become one of the 4 heroes of Yenhai. Thornton was younger than Asha. He was in his early 20s, with a medium build, black hair, gray eyes, a round face, and straight eyebrows. He looked quite righteous. My brother's grandson used his connections to get a place to study at the Old Town University. The old man hopes that I can slowly adapt to the new era in university. Asha, what about you? I'm going to be a transfer student at the Imperial University. Ah, the Imperial University is great. Thornton said enviously. Asha smiled and asked, what about Tangku? Is he going to university? The Ocean University of the Iron Islands. Second university is not bad. Considering that Tangku's family was only a knight's territory, Asha was not too surprised. Tangku is going to be a guard at the Ocean University. Chapter 1106. We have arrived at Westport No. 2 Pier. Passengers who wish to alight, please do so as soon as possible. Asha stood in a daze on the clean and tidy stone road. She watched as the 3-compartment wooden car came to a stop in front of her. Then, a total of 5 doors opened. Dozens of people squeezed out of the car, and dozens more squeezed onto the car. Like the people of the Iron Islands, they no longer wore traditional robes. The men wore shirts or suits, and the women wore gorgeous whalebone skirts or simple dresses. They even wore women's suits like Danny. However, there were also warriors wearing leather, mail, and armor. The styles were different from the past. They were more personalized, beautiful, and fit. It was said that due to the improvement of smelting technology, the cost of steel was much lower than in ancient times. There was no need for a set of armor to be passed down for generations. At the same time, modern martial arts were more advanced. Armor that was made to fit would expose fatal flaws. Therefore, modern people would forge the most suitable armor for themselves according to their body shape and swordsmanship. Next stop, 2nd Ring Road, North City's Financial Street. 2 men shouted from the front and back of the steam car. Then, a white column of steam began to rise from the front chimney. Woo 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 kacha kacha kacha. Asha stood in a daze as she watched the car speed away on the strange track. Asha. On the other side, Danny climbed onto a 4-wheeled car and waved at her. The 4-wheeled vehicle was in the shape of a T, with an open top and a T-shaped steel frame. The carriage and cabin were made of wood, and there were only 2 seats in the front. There was a chimney at the back that was emitting white smoke and a steam engine that was humming. Come on. Danny sat on the left seat and held the steering wheel. Is this a steam car? Why doesn't Pike City have one? Asha climbed onto the right seat and looked around curiously. The car hasn't been mass-produced yet. This is Joffrey's new experimental product. Danny was reading a manual as she spoke. Joffrey is Lannister? The heir of Casterly Rock, my senior. Why is his car here? Does our family have a good relationship with Lannister? Asha asked doubtfully. He's pursuing me, Danny said casually. Your fiancé? No, Danny shook her head. He's just one of my suitors. Asha was stupefied. I almost understand it. It's no different from a public bus. Muttering, Danny threw the manual aside. Asha, get ready. It's also my first time driving a car. If there's an accident, I'm prepared to jump out. What? Asha was at a loss. She even fumbled around on the seat and asked, Where's the seat belt? I have a seat belt when I take the airship. The seat belt is a restraint. If we really get into a car accident, we should jump out of the car and run for our lives. Car accident? This new term made Asha's hair stand on end. With the skills and reflexes of a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 3 Holy Knight, it's better to jump out of the car ahead of time than to leave the seatbelt to fate. No matter how dangerous a car accident is and how unexpected it is it more terrifying than the sword of a level 4 Grand Knight? Danny said matter-of-factly. Asha felt that her words made a lot of sense, but I'm not a Grand Knight. And if you get into a car accident and kill a passerby, I'm afraid you'll go to hell after you die. She said. Sigh, then I'll drive slower. Danny sighed. Chee-chee-woo-woo. The car slowly left the place and entered the wide black stone avenue. At first, Danny was still a little unfamiliar with it. But soon she, who was proficient in bus driving, became familiar with the operation of the car. The speed began to increase, and even caught up with and quickly surpassed the railway bus that left before. The wind is so strong, slow down. Asha's eyes were a little hard to open because of the strong wind. Don't worry, I have the blood of a true dragon. This bit of wind, this bit of speed, is nothing at all. Danny was a little carried away. I want to see the scenery. Lannister Port has changed a lot. Asha said. Danny had no choice but to slow down to the speed of an ordinary carriage. The buildings on the street are all 4 stories, and they are all the same style and size. Why are they so neat? Asha was puzzled. Uniform buildings, neat streets, it's easier to build a sewer and a water supply system, and it can also increase the land utilization and traffic efficiency. Think about it, if a box of the same size is neatly stacked, can it hold more soap cubes, or can it be stuffed more randomly? After leaving Lannister Port, the car left the black stone avenue and began to bounce on the gravel road like a jumping bean. The car's shock absorber is so bad. Danny complained. The road to Casterly Rock City was wider, but there were fewer passers-by. Asha's heart itched. Can you let me try this car? I used to be the best captain on the Iron Islands. Driving shouldn't be harder than steering, right? The captain is indeed more skilled than the driver, but you don't have magic power to start the engine. Danny suddenly loosened one hand and pointed to the steering wheel. Look, this is the magic input. The main body of the steering wheel was curved into a circle of wood, and the surface of the wooden armrest was inlaid with threaded dragon crystals. At this time, the surface of the dragon crystals flickered with a dark red light. What's going on? Isn't the steam engine powered by wildfire? Why do you need to input magic power? Asha wondered. Look at the fuel tank in the back, isn't there 2? Not 2 boxes of wildfire? Danny smiled and said, neither of the 2 tin boxes contains wildfire, but when they meet, they can produce a magic reaction and produce wildfire. The engine is engraved with magic runes that synthesize wildfire. The driver injects magic power into the runes through the steering wheel, and the 2 stable substances react with magic, turning into flammable, explosive, and ultra-high burning wildfire. Then, the wildfire steam engine starts to run. The amount of magic power inputted determines the speed of the conversion, and the amount of wildfire determines the speed of the car. This technology was invented by the wildfire experts 50 years ago, and it was also 50 years ago that the wildfire steam engine became practical. And the first wildfire-powered steam train was invented by the ancestor long before the long night. Are you tired? She asked. Are you tired? Why tired? Danny asked curiously. You keep inputting magic power, aren't you tired? Hee, if I were to inject magic power like casting spells, how would I have the energy to talk to you? Danny explained with a smile. The level of magic power is analogous to the level of flames. Ordinary flames are level 1, wildfire is level 2, the dragon flames of ordinary megalosaurus are level 3, the earth fire is level 4, the sun is level 5, the embers of the first fire is level 6, and the first fire is level 7. Level 5 is a true god, and level 6 is the divine king. Asha, you can be resurrected, which means that the ancestor has surpassed the divine king and touched the level of level 7 god of creation. God of creation? You can brag all you want. Asha complained in her heart and said indifferently, what does this have to do with the wildfire? Listen to my explanation slowly. The ancestor is level 7, and the 5 gods Megalosaurus are about level 4.5. So, with their power, ordinary fire priests can also make level 3 fire magic liquid, right? I don't know, Asha said honestly. Sai, when we go to King's Landing, you have to study hard. You can treat wildfire as hard liquor. If you mix alcohol and water, can you blend it into hard liquor? Although level 3 fire magic liquid has a higher energy level, it is very stable. Then, when mixed with level 1 fire magic liquid, you don't need to inject much magic power for them to blend into wildfire. Of course, the mixing of alcohol and water is a physical reaction, and the synthesis of wildfire is a magical reaction. My magic power is equivalent to a catalyst. I still don't understand, Asha said with a wooden face. Forget it, let Joffrey explain it to you later. He is in the field of magic science. Asha knew what the field of magic science was. Under the physics department, it was divided into natural physics and magic physics. The chemistry department was the same. The wildfire department belonged to the magic chemistry department of the chemistry department. So Joffrey is a science guy. I thought he studied finance. Asha said. Danny showed a mocking expression. Finance is a service-oriented industry. Only muggles and civilians study finance and work for nobles after graduation. Lannisterport has the only financial street in the 7 countries. Asha said. Even a top finance student who graduated from the Empire University can't play with a duke with 3 professional degrees, because finance experts can only adapt to the rules, but dukes can make the rules. If any guy in the Iron Islands dares to speculate in finance, my father will catch him the next day and send him to the North Pole. So, the heir of a great noble only needs to master basic financial knowledge, enough to manage a group of finance experts. There is no need to take it as a profession. Asha was speechless. In silence, the car entered the gate of Casterly Rock City. A tall old man with white hair led a group of men and women to greet them at the gate. The old man was close to 4 meters tall, and the others were also tall. Ah, Grandpa Tyrion, who are you? I am not qualified for you to come out and greet me personally. Dany was shocked when she saw the old man, and there was also a bit of fear in her shock. Ha, little Dany, don't flatter yourself, I didn't come for you. The old man winked at the girl, then turned to Asha and bowed solemnly. Lady Asha, I am Messai's eldest grandson, known as Giant Tyrion. It is an honor to meet you. Oh, so you are Messai's grandson. Messai was half a generation younger in front of her, so Asha graciously accepted Tyrion's bow. After that, the old man introduced her to his large family, more than 30 people. Sai, time is the best medicine in the world. Back then, your Casterly Rock City only had one son, Sir Jaime. The Lannister group felt a bit awkward. But Giant Tyrion laughed. Same to you, Greyjoy only had Sir Robb as his only son back then. Ha. Asha gave an awkward laugh. After the greetings, the old man personally led her on a tour of the new Casterly Rock City. The overall changes weren't big, only the details were more modern. There were steam-powered elevators, magic crystal lamps, water system, and other new things. Oh, there was an additional stone sculpture of James the size of a house on the mountain wall halfway up the mountain. He is the sword god. Old Tyrion said in a respectful voice. Did Sir Jaime leave behind any secret cultivation manuals? I'm not trying to pry into your family's secrets, but the sword god is too mysterious for me, so I want to know more. Asha asked in a curious voice. The old master did leave behind some things. Although they are secret sword techniques, you can look at them as you wish. The old man said this and excitedly brought her to the stone garden on the top floor. Asha was surprised to find that there were several hundred swordsmen gathered on the 2,000 square meter platform. Everyone had a sword, sitting cross-legged, or slowly waving their swords, or looking up at the stone peak in the garden. Asha's eyes hurt and she couldn't help calling out. What is that? It seems like a sword is slashing at my head. It hurts. That is the sword technique left behind by great-grandfather. The old man proudly said. Chapter 1107. The so-called sword mantra was nothing more than 3 words carved on the stone wall. Casterly Rock City. 40 years ago, my father was critically ill. My great-grandfather heard the news and rushed back, but he was 2 days late. My father was raised by him. My great-grandfather was very upset and very sad, and right here, old Tyrion pointed at the stone garden, he stood here for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, he sighed and used his sword to carve 3 words on the mountain peak. He was not standing on the edge of the stone wall and using an iron sword to carve. Instead, he was standing beside the fence, dozens of meters away. He was using an ordinary rusty iron sword. It looked like he was just casually waving it a few times. Stone powder rustled down, revealing a finger-deep handwriting. Every stroke was a sword move, and it was also infused with his understanding of the sword and life. At that time, his swordsmanship must have improved further. Asha rubbed her eyes and tried to calm her heart according to old Tyrion's guidance. Finally, she saw the full appearance of the 3 words, Casterly Rock City. It was indeed carved with iron hooks and silver strokes. Even though she did not understand Draconic, she could clearly feel the beauty and power of the words. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. The lake in her heart rippled, and the 3 words immediately disintegrated into dozens of dazzling sharp swords. Every sword used a sword move, and every sword move seemed to evolve into a world? It was a very strange feeling. She frowned again, and her eyes were stinging with tears. Don't look, your realm is not high enough. Old Tyrion brought her away from the stone garden. It's too amazing. This is the first time I've seen words that seem to have a life of their own. Asha said excitedly. Only when the sword moves have a spirit can one be called a sword god. Old Tyrion said. How did Sir Jaime do it? He was about the same level as me back then. This is too exaggerated. Asha muttered. Asha, your great-grandfather was a famous knight in the 7 Kingdoms. When he was young, he was personally taught by Sir Arthur Dane. Before he lost his hand, he was already close to the realm of divine transcendence. What realm are you now? The old man said with a wooden face. I'm Iron Seed. I'm good at fighting on the ship. Asha was a little embarrassed. She couldn't even beat Erlu. Why is your family's swordsmanship secret manual open to others? I see that many of the swordsmen in the garden are wearing ordinary clothes. They should be commoners, right? She changed the topic. They are all swordsmanship experts who have come here out of admiration. They are at least level 4. Westeros, Ursosian, men, women, nobles, commoners. Casterly Rock City welcomes all of you, as long as you swear a sacred oath that you will never learn great-grandfather's swordsmanship and commit any evil deeds. The old man smiled. I thought you would keep it as a family heirloom and only show it to your own people, Asha said. Sigh, compared to the knowledge of magic and swordsmanship that Dragon Queen has made public, this secret technique is not even a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, great-grandfather was able to become a sword deity because he received the teachings of the warrior. What teachings? Asha asked curiously. Old Tyrion hesitated for a moment. After leading her to the study, he asked in a low voice, Do you know the Divine Comedy? Asha thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I seem to have heard my granddaughter-in-law mention it before. Granddaughter-in-law? Princess Dany? Asha nodded and asked curiously, What is the Divine Comedy? What's so special about it? Strictly speaking, it is just a poem that describes hell, heaven, and earth. But think about it, hell, heaven, and earth, don't they almost cover the entire world? Old Tyrion said mysteriously. So, Muggles who came from the Age of Chaos were not very sensitive to the existence of divine scriptures. It can't be said that great-grandfather completely relied on the Divine Comedy to become a god, but it did help him cut off his past and understand himself. His soul shone with endless vitality, the old man said. Asha's eyes lit up and said eagerly, Can you let me see it? I also want to be reborn. The giant Tyrion shook his head and said, The Divine Comedy can't be shown to others, and it can't be seen. It has been torn apart. Are you crazy? Why would such a magical treasure be torn apart? Asha was surprised. My great-grandfather tore it apart. The giant Tyrion said slowly, At that time, he met an old friend outside the Great Wall. The other party was in a miserable situation. My great-grandfather took pity on him and prepared to use the Divine Comedy to bring him back to the embrace of the seven gods. However, after that person saw the Divine Comedy and heard that my great-grandfather had used it to become a god, he was ungrateful and coveted the Divine Comedy. At first, he knelt on the ground and begged. But my great-grandfather swore that he would never show the original Divine Comedy to another person, so he firmly refused. I don't know what happened at that time, but the Divine Comedy was stolen by that person. My great-grandfather was so angry that he chased after him and directly destroyed the Divine Comedy. It seems that an evil god intervened at that time. Otherwise, with my great-grandfather's strength, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Alas, what a pity, Asha said regretfully. The old man pondered and said, the Divine Comedy was destroyed by the sword Chi, but there are still fragments left. In recent decades, there has been news that someone obtained the fragments of the Divine Comedy and became a god. There are even ambitious people who wantonly collect the fragments in an attempt to piece together a more complete fragment of the Divine Comedy. Hearing you say that, I'm even more interested in the Divine Comedy, Asha said. You want to see the Divine Comedy? Dania said solemnly, that thing is very evil. Many powerful extraordinaires are also lured into depravity. You're just an ordinary person. There's almost no chance that you'll survive if you see it. They stayed in Casterly Rock for 2 days before taking the train to King's Landing with Joffrey and Lannister. That night, in the bedroom that Lannister had arranged for the 2 distinguished guests, Asha curiously asked about the Divine Comedy. Asha believed that since the Divine Comedy was written by Targaryen, Dany should know more secrets than the giant Tyrion. Have you seen it before? Dany nodded hesitantly. There are fragments of the Divine Comedy in the Imperial University's library. There are even scholars who wrote personal biographies of some demons based on it. Why are you talking about demons again? Asha asked, puzzled. Is it strange that there are demons in hell? Originally, the ancestors had already killed all the evil gods, and the evil sorcerers had almost lost their living space. Without the evil gods, they could no longer borrow their power through blood sacrifices. But now, there are still evil dark sorcerers in the shadows. But Asha was confused. Dany rolled her eyes. Of course it's because there are new evil gods that they worship and sacrifice. The evil gods were all killed by the Dragon Queen. Where did the new evil gods come from? Asha was puzzled. Isn't this back to the previous question? Is it strange that there are demons in hell? The Divine Comedy is essentially a poem that introduces heaven, hell, and the mortal world. In other words, the 7 levels of hell and the terrible existences in hell are all described in the Divine Comedy. And the Divine Comedy has the strange effect of immersing the reader in it. If an extraordinary obtains a fragment of a demon from hell, they can directly communicate with him or even pull his projection into the real world. If the extraordinary's willpower is not firm, or if they have evil intentions, it is natural for them to enter the demonic path. Oh, I see. Asha was enlightened. If you are interested, you can read the continuation of the Divine Comedy by the scholars. The fragments of the Divine Comedy are too dangerous for Greyjoy, especially you. Dany's face was a little gloomy. Why are you targeting Greyjoy? Asha frowned. Gritting her teeth, Dany said in a low voice, because there is also a demon from hell in my family, and he is someone you know. Asha was shocked. I don't know any demons from hell. You don't know Yulun? Dany's eyes flickered. Yulun? Asha was stunned and said ridiculously, that guy, even I dare to fight him one-on-one. You should be able to fight 10 of him alone. What kind of demon are you? You fought him one-on-one? Dany looked at her strangely. He has the talent of transfiguration, and he is a sorcerer, a summoner, a blood curse wizard, a true sacred child, and many other extraordinary professions. How do you choose? I know he is a blue-lipped sorcerer, but transfiguration, summoner, and so on, where do they come from? And the sorcerer is not strong. Didn't Yulun capture the great sorcerer of queers, Kaya? At that time, the magic tide had just recovered, and the so-called great sorcerer was just a beginner with powerful knowledge. When he met Yulun, Kaya had only been practicing for less than a year. Even in modern times, the Sorcerer of Queers is still a powerful faction with medium strength in the extraordinary world. After a pause, Danny explained, Yulun is not a transfiguration sorcerer in the traditional sense. He was blessed by the storm god and wears an eye patch all year round. His different colored eyes can control crows and cast spells through crows. What about summoners? Asha asked. Yulun's sea monster, have you forgotten? Wasn't the horn of the sea monster given to Victarion? Victarion died in the final battle, and the horn fell into the hands of his wife, Marjorie. But Yulun is still the first master of the sea monster. After Queen Sansa passed away, the head of the kings, Duke Gotten, also left King's Landing. Wait, Asha interrupted her. Isn't the Duke of River Bentari? How did it become Marjorie? Have you seen the current map of the Seven Kingdoms? A part of the old royal territory, along with the Trident River, belongs to the Duke of Dragonstone Island. It is the land of the Pentashade dragon Targaryen. The territory of the Trident River is the compensation for ceding King's Landing and the surrounding area. The new royal territory of the Crimson Saber Dragon Targaryen is made up of half of the Mander River Plain and half of the Blackwater River Plain. River Bend and River Inter had to cede large areas of land. River Inter had always been a place of war, and there was no fixed duke family. Whether it belonged to the royal territory or River Inter, it made no difference to the River Inter nobles. That was why River Inter had almost no objections. But River Bend was different. All the River Bend nobles were part of the Green Hand. In fact, it was because they were all part of the same family that the large River Bend did not split. Marjorie spent a lot of effort and finally helped Queen Sansa settle the matter. Thus, she became the new Duke of River Bend and reclaimed Tyrell's Gotten. When Queen Sansa died, she had already obtained the title of Duke of River Bend. After leaving her post in the king's hand, she returned to Gotten. Perhaps she had already achieved her goal of gaining power. After that, Duke Marjorie began to indulge in increasing her own strength. She devoutly served the Holy Mother and raised her priest level while researching the profound mysteries of magic. The sea monster left behind by Yulun became her target. If she could control the sea monster, she would become the overlord of the sea. She could even borrow the sea monster's magic power. Through the horn she inherited from Victarion, she really summoned the giant sea monster from the deep sea into the Mander River. Dany's pretty face turned slightly pale. Fear appeared in her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, Marjorie opened the gates of hell. At that time, the long night had already ended for more than 10 years. After 20 years of growth, the sea monster had become a giant demon. And 20 years of time was enough for Yulun in hell to evolve into Yulun demon. Chapter 1108. Asha was shocked. When Yulun gave the horn to Victarion, he must have left something behind. He was exiled by my father because he strengthened Victarion's salt concubine. They can't be so close. Dany nodded and sighed. Marjorie isn't you. She didn't see the discord between the two brothers. That day, the High Court was met with a calamity. The tall city walls were like crispy pancakes, easily crushed by the sea monster's tentacles that were as thick as hills. The Mande River was like a big fat person who jumped into a bathtub, and the flood flooded the villages within 100 miles. The houses in the city were like sand castles by the sea, easily crushed by naughty children. And the Yulun demons used the sea monster's mouth to laugh wildly. High Court was destroyed. The collapsed rocks blocked the river, and the Mander River changed its course. The residents suffered heavy casualties. Tyrell was truly exterminated. Marjorie, her children, husband, and relatives were all eaten by the sea monster. When the demigod priest of the Holy Church arrived, the sea monster had already disappeared in the Mander River. Some people said that it was summoned by Yulun to the endless Black Sea in the 3rd layer of hell. Didn't Yulun go to the 7th layer of hell? How can you still come out to do evil? Asha was shocked. Hell is like a cesspool. Evil people like Yulun are like feces. The 7 gods sweep the feces of the human world into the cesspool, not letting a single one go. The human world is peaceful, but the cesspool of hell is there. If normal people don't go near it, they won't be contaminated by the stinky feces. If you don't provoke the devil can't hurt you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, Danny, you're disgusting. Asha covered her nose and said in disgust. You're the one who's disgusting. You pooped on the castle walkway. Danny said angrily. You can't blame me. There were no flush toilets in ancient times. Everyone pooped in the castle and waited for it to dry. Asha said awkwardly. What happened after that? She quickly returned to the original topic. Tyrell's family has been exterminated. Based on the contributions of the Riverbend families during the Long Night, a new Riverbend Duke will be chosen. The Tarley family and the Golden Tree City's Luo one were both from the Green Hand clan, and their merits were equally matched. In the end, the Riverbend Dukes voted, and the Tarley family won. The eldest son of Rickon Tully, who died in Winterfell, became the first Horned Hill Duke with the help of his uncle, Sam Tully, Danny said calmly. Did you Luan demon appear again? Asha asked. Hearing this, Danny's expression changed. She nodded gently and sighed. You have been to the ancestral hall of the Greyjoy family. Did you find anything unusual? I only burned a stick of incense and didn't find anything, Asha said. There's no memorial tablet for my grandfather in the ancestral hall, but have you seen my grandfather in Pike City? Have they been removed from the genealogy? Asha asked in surprise. My grandfather didn't have extraordinary talent, and he wasn't willing to calm down and serve the Holy Mother. In the end, he went astray on the path of seeking power. What did he do? Asha asked curiously. After hearing that the Dark Warlock used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to communicate with the demons of hell, my grandfather was inspired. He secretly carved Yu Lun Demon's memorial tablet and worshipped it as an ancestor. Due to the pull of the bloodline, Yu Lun Demon actually responded to him. It was said that Yu Lun Demon promised my grandfather that as long as he offered the blood of his kin, he would be granted the ability to summon sea monsters. Asha was furious. Yu Lun Demon is a bastard. How dare you tempt the descendant of the Greyjoy family to kill his own kin? My grandpa was possessed and killed my grandpa. How tragic. His grandson killed his own son. Rob must have been very sad, right? Asha murmured. Not only was he sad, he was devastated. Later, he used the holy fire to purify my grandfather. Since then, Yu Lun Demon became the taboo and curse of our family. My father was able to marry my mother because of this incident. Danny sighed. What do you mean? Asha was puzzled. What do you think are the chances of the descendants of the Targaryen family worshipping Yu Lun Demon? Danny said proudly. Asha's mouth twitched. You are Greyjoy now. I am Greyjoy, but the blood of the true dragon flows in my body. My descendants, my brother's descendants, will all be proud of the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. They will only have a deep contempt for Yu Lun Demon. This way, the curse that Yu Lun Demon placed on the Greyjoy family will naturally be resolved easily. Asha looked conflicted. Although it makes sense, but it was very uncomfortable to hear. But she could not deny old Rob's wisdom. My mother was the flower of the empire of the Imperial University, and my father. Danny sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary person who entered the Imperial University with the help of his family's noble title. He had no looks, no talent, no power, and no courage. He did not dare to express his love for my mother. Fortunately, my grandfather had connections and personally went to the North Pole. Queen Jegaret pitted her adopted brother's experience and prepared to matchmake the kingdom's eldest princess to marry my father. But my father was madly in love with my mother and rejected the equally outstanding eldest princess. When my mother heard about this, she was very touched. Danny chuckled. Actually, my mother has always been at odds with eldest Princess Sansa. Asha was not interested in the love affairs of the juniors. I see that you seem to respect old Tyrion Demon very much. Also, how did this group of Lannister demons grow so tall? A strong cast, tall and sturdy body, these are the characteristics of Stark demons. Yes, Lord Tyrion's mother is a Stark demon. You also know about the bad things between the two families in the early years. Marriage is the best way to resolve the grudge, Dany said. Nonsense. I've seen many Stark demons, but none of them are so tall, Asha said. I don't know what the ancient Stark demons look like, but there are too many tall Stark demons in the northern region now, Dany said with certainty. Who is Tyrion's mother? Asha frowned. Arya Stark. Blood demon, Arya? Isn't she the wife of a stranger? How can she marry? Not that, Lord. Dany shook her head. After the Northern Ice King was exiled, his younger brother Bran's son, Adu Stark, became the new Duke of the Northern region. Arya Stark is Duke Adu's second daughter. In the legends of the Northern region, Duke Adu once arm wrestled with a giant and won. He also won a wrestling match. I seem to have heard that Bran's son, Adu, is a mutant monster. He's very tall, Asha recalled. Rumor has it that Duke Adu is so tall because he drank the milk of a child of the forest when he was young, Dany said with a gossipy expression. Have you seen a child of the forest? Asha asked. No, they moved to Dragon Island near the Antarctic Circle with the giants and other monsters. I haven't seen it either, but according to the legends, the child of the forest should be tiny, Asha said. Maybe the child of the forest fed him with the giant's milk? Dany guessed. Asha shook her head and asked, what great achievements does Tyrion have? He's the adopted son of Prince Tyrion. When my mother sees him, she has to call him Grandpa Tyrion. He was lucky enough to be taught by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. When he grew up, he was the finance minister of the Empire for 30 years. Later, when he returned to the Westeros, he assisted 2 generations of kings and served as the prime minister for 30 years. He just retired a few years ago. He also built the largest financial street in the 7 Kingdoms in Port Lannister, and it's also the only place in the Westeros where stocks are listed. It's safe to say that he single-handedly founded the financial industry of the 7 Kingdoms, Dany said with admiration. The giant, Tyrion's achievements were not only because he learned from the Dragon Queen and founded the financial industry of the Westeros, but also because the heavy industry of the Western region was so powerful that Asha was terrified. Yes, not shocked, but terrified. 7 gods above, you're not kidding. It can produce 200,000 tons of crude steel every year. If it's all made into swords and armor, then... The next day, Asha followed tall Joffrey to the steel plant of the United Strength of the Western region, which had a forest of chimneys and roaring machines. Standing under the magic steel furnace as tall as a hill, Asha's whole body and mind were captivated by a powerful force called magic industry. More than 200 steel fire priests poured magic power into the furnace together. Thousands of tons of iron ore, like lard in a hot pot, slowly melted, gradually shining hot. The scene was too spectacular and too shocking. If it's all used to forge weapons, it's enough to let every man in the Western region wear knight armor and the best steel sword. But it's meaningless. Joffrey continued her words. How is it meaningless? 1 million soldiers are enough to sweep the world, Asha said with a trembling voice. Let's not talk about whether it can make 1 million soldiers obedient and rebel. If you can build 1 million soldiers, can't other duchies? The Western region has steel plants, as do Hajin, Valley, Northern region, Dorne, and Riverbend. Using steel to arm the people to rebel is meaningless except for the suffering of the people, the destruction of the country, and the harm of others. Joffrey sighed. Our Iron Islands also have a small steel plant with an annual output of 30,000 tons. Times have changed. Even if you wear iron armor, you can't become a knight. Apart from knights, there are dozens of magic professions, Dany said. Alas, times have really changed. You're strong, I'm strong, and we're all getting stronger. Asha smiled bitterly. Then, she asked curiously, so much steel, if not used to make weapons, where is it used for? Part of it is used to meet the production and living needs of the people. The rest of the steel can be used to build ships, cars, railways, and even high-rise buildings. For a long time, steel has been in short supply in the 7 nations. Half a year ago, My great-grandfather proposed to His Majesty the King a plan to produce 1,000 schools in 100 years. In other words, in the next 100 years, we strive to open 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages in the Westeros. Eventually, the total steel production of the 7 nations will reach 10 million tons. A fire priest who can borrow the power of the 7 gods to cast dragon tongue magic is the world's most productive force. Joffrey sighed. Asha was stupefied. The next day, when they arrived at the Western Region train station, in Port Lannister, Asha finally understood the meaning of Joffrey's words. You actually used such high-quality steel to pave the road, and built such a huge and long green iron carriage. 7 levels of hell, it's too extravagant. Even when they entered the spacious VIP box, Asha's eyes were still in a daze. She had a dreamy expression on her face. It's not extravagant at all. Even an ordinary farmer can afford the fare to King's Landing. The initial investment is indeed huge, but if the time is extended to 100 years, compared to the mud carriages of the past, the cost of the train is almost negligible. The key is still the fire priests. The steel requires fire priests, and the huge amount of wildfire needed to power the steam engine also requires fire priests. If the steam car is popularized, perhaps even 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages wouldn't be enough. Joffrey sighed. Chapter 1109. Demon Hunter World, Sintra of the Northern Kingdoms. It was a stone palace the size of a basketball court. Behind the throne, there were 2 long and narrow skylights. The ancient palace was slightly dark. Even during the day, whale oil braziers were lit on both sides of the walls. From the gate to the throne, there were 4 or 5 thick white pillars on both sides of the 20-meter-long path. The nobles and ladies of Sintra stood behind the pillars in 2s and 3s, pointing at the woman in the red robe as she walked in. Is she the otherworld emissary? She's beautiful. Look, the ruby on her neck is shining. She must be a powerful warlock. I heard that she has been to almost all the northern kingdoms since Coville. The red-robed woman ignored the whispers of the people around her. She walked straight to the throne and performed a mage's salute according to the customs of this world. Honorable Queen Calanthe, I am Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom of the 7 Gods' Great World, Westeros. On behalf of His Majesty the Northern Ice King, I convey peace and respect to the Lioness of Sintra. The woman on the throne had brown hair and blue eyes. She had deep eye sockets and thin lips. Her face was oval-shaped, and her skin was fair but rough. She was beautiful and full of heroic spirit. She was in her early 30s. Her long hair was tied behind her head and held in place by a spiked crown. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She smiled. Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom. There is no queen in Sintra, only a queen. Even the only daughter of the king must marry and let her husband be the king. That's a pity. In our world, you will be a great queen who will be praised by the world. Melisandre smiled. Your world is called the 7 Gods? Is it the 7 Gods or is it called the 7 Gods? Calanthe asked with interest. Melisandre frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I thought you would be very sensitive to this name. But Calanthe asked curiously, Your ancestors from 100 years ago, didn't they leave any special last words? Ancestors from 100 years ago. Calanthe's expression changed. She said coldly, What are you trying to say? How much of our agreement do you still remember? Melisandre asked. I have no idea what the agreement is, the Lioness of Sintra said coldly. This. Melisandre did not expect to get such an answer. She paused for a moment before saying, Forget it, I'm just a messenger. The main purpose of this trip is to convey the wish of peace and establish friendly diplomatic relations with Sindra. How can we just let it go? Explain yourself clearly, Calonry said solemnly. Your ancestor? Melisandre hesitated for a moment, but she didn't directly reveal Laura's identity. She had been in this world for almost 2 years and knew that the elves and humans were mortal enemies. Although the elven bloodline possessed a powerful warlock innate talent, it would be despised by other pure-blooded humans, even to the point of hostility. About 120 years ago, your ancestor met a great being in our world and established a good friendship. They agreed to give their most precious skills to each other. The great being fulfilled her promise on the spot, and your ancestor swore a sacred oath after returning to this world, she would fulfill her promise. After 100 years, when the two worlds converged, they would meet in person and renew their friendship. When these words were said, the queen, nobles, and guards in the palace were all stunned. My ancestor met the great being in your world before the stars converged? How is that possible? Calendry doubted. Melisandre thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you rejected the power in your bloodline and are a pure warrior. However, your mother, Princess Idalia of Map Ori, was honored by the world as the Sun Princess. She had the power to control light and fire and was very difficult to kill. The wounds inflicted on her by mortal swords could be seen healing with the naked eye. You know a lot, but what does this mean? Calendry frowned. Your mother's power came from that great being, Melisandre said. Oh, so by my ancestor, you mean my mother's ancestor, and not the Syndra family's ancestor? Calendry was silent. After a while, she hesitated and said, So, my ancestor did leave some vague last words. My mother once told me that one day, a god would come to find me or my descendants. A god? The nobles behind the pillars were shocked. Aunt May let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, That's right, that great being is a god, and the king of gods. The king of gods? Calendry was shocked. You can think of her as a super warlock who controls the eternal fire, Melisandre said. In this world, there was a religion of the eternal fire that believed in fire. Its doctrine was roughly the same as the Red God Church in the Song of Ice and Fire world, but the scale was a little smaller. The eternal fire was another name for the first flame. Calendry's expression was solemn. What does the king of gods want? If possible, she hopes that you, or your descendants, can come to our world in person. She wants to talk to you face to face. If you find it inconvenient, she is also willing to arrange for her descendants to come to Syndra and talk to you face to face. Calendry thought for a moment and said, Madame Melisandre, I received news from other kings long ago that you came from the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains and have been to almost all the kingdoms in the north. Well, you may be used to the collisions of stars and the convergence of worlds, but we just came down from the upper universe and saw another world for the first time. There are many scholars, mages, and nobles in our world who are curious about this world. They hope to come to your northern countries to experience the culture and customs of the other world after the convergence really happens. So, I set off in advance as the ambassador of Westeros to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the northern countries. I hope that the respected kings can protect the safety of the tour group. Of course, the friendly diplomatic relations established are mutual. If nobles, civilians, scholars, and mages are interested in our world, as long as they get a visa from their country's king, they can also travel to the Westeros. The Arctic king swears to ensure that their legal rights and interests will not be harmed. There were dozens of countries in the north, and each country was about the size of a count's territory in the Westeros. Syndra was at the southernmost point of the northern countries. Therefore, Calendry had heard Aunt May's words from the other kings. Madame Melisandre, you know my situation here. The Syndra royal family only has me and my daughter left. I can't leave my own kingdom, and my daughter is too young, only 13 years old. The other world is thousands of miles away, too far. I don't feel at ease, Calendry said. Melisandre understood the meaning of the song and immediately nodded. I understand. Targaryen will arrange for the direct descendants of the royal family to meet you in about 2 or 3 years. After that, the Queen of Syndra summoned her attendants and announced a grand welcome banquet for Melisandre. At the banquet, the Lioness of Syndra asked a lot of questions about the great world of the 7 gods. Melisandre had lived for hundreds of years, and naturally, she could handle it easily. After 3 rounds of wine, the hawk-nosed middle-aged man sitting to the right of the queen put down his fork and said solemnly, Madame Melisandre, the convergence of the stars is often accompanied by large-scale migration of races. In order for the new races to survive, They have to fight for fertile land. Thus, war follows. How can you convince the other kings of the northern countries that your world is not hostile to us? As soon as he said this, the cheerful atmosphere in the hall instantly disappeared. The nobles and ladies stared at the red-robed woman opposite the queen without blinking. Aunt May smiled and said, "Prince Easter, we have a strong military force and vast unused land. We don't have to worry about foreign invasions, and we also have the ability to settle high-quality refugees." The hawk-nosed man was the younger brother of the king of the neighboring islands of Sindra. He seemed to be pursuing the widowed Queen Calanthe. Or perhaps the two had been lovers for a long time. Prince Easter frowned. "You mean you won't migrate to our world? Your Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. Your world is far less fertile than ours, and more importantly, it is not as safe as ours. You asked me how to convince the other kings. In fact, it's very simple. The North has the Warlock Brotherhood, and each kingdom is assigned a powerful warlock to assist the king. As long as the king asks their warlock consultant, he will get the same answer. The great world of the seven gods has just descended from the upper universe and is full of powerful fire power." At this point, Melisandre was puzzled. "Is there no warlock in Sindra?" "He didn't come," the queen said. "You can ask him, and he will tell you what I mean," Aunt May said. "What's so hard to understand? You said that you are a city dweller, and you will never be neighbors with us country people," the little princess on the right of the queen said. "Princess Pavetta, you are very smart. However, I mean no harm. Every world has its own characteristics and destiny. Your world also has its advantages, the powerful chaos force that can be seen everywhere, the vast land, and rich and diverse resources. Even the king of gods is envious." The red-robed woman smiled. "Really?" The little princess was delighted. "The convergence will last for decades. You have enough time to understand the similarities and differences between the two worlds," Aunt May said. Calanthe said, "A year ago, our world shook slightly. That means that the two worlds are converging, right? The seven gods are merciful. They have predicted the time and place of the collision decades ago. They deliberately spent a huge amount of divine power to change the angle of the collision so that it will happen in the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains where there are few people. This will reduce the damage to your world as much as possible." Calanthe's eyes flashed. She probed, "I heard that the warlocks have also predicted the time and place of the collision. The news spread that many mercenary groups have tried to enter your world. How are they doing now?" "Those with evil intentions will be lost in the ice and snow wilderness forever. Adventurers who only want to explore will safely reach the northern ice kingdom. The virtuous will even be rewarded. Some will stay in the northern ice kingdom or continue to travel to the south. Some will return to the kingdom of Coville in the north. In fact, I can safely travel to the northern countries thanks to the protection of the demon hunters in your world." "The Butcher of Braviken," a count said in a low voice. Aunt May nodded with a smile. "It's Geralt of Livia. He is a brave and righteous knight. He perfectly passed the trial of the 7 layers of purgatory. He even passed the 12 zodiac temples and received the blessings of the 7 gods. He received the most honorable reception in the northern ice kingdom. In return, he will protect me and complete my mission to the other countries." "Righteous and brave?" In the palace, the nobles looked at each other. "Can you tell us about the 7 layers of purgatory and the 12 zodiac temples?" Queen Calanthe asked. "The 7 layers of purgatory are 7 barriers. Those who forcefully enter our world without being invited will have to go through 7 tests of character. Only those who pass will be able to enter the material world. Those who perform well will have the chance to receive the favor of heaven, which is the 12 zodiac temples. The 12 temples, the 12 temple masters, each guarding a checkpoint. According to the performance in the 12 zodiac temples, the 7 gods will give different levels of rewards." Chapter 11:10. 20 years after the sun rose, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire shook violently. Like a meteor that had left its fixed orbit, it smashed into the dimension that Dany named the Bottom Universe. Boom, 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 boom. On that day, countless undead and devils in the 7 levels of hell heard 4 crisp sounds from the dark red sky filled with the smell of sulfur. Hiss! The megalosaurus roared with all its might, but its voice gradually faded away. The 4 megalosaurus stayed in the 4 universes and did not follow the world of the Song of Ice and Fire into the bottom universe. They were also the hope of the future world's upgrade. After entering the bottom universe, Danny's connection with Little Fog strengthened. Only then did she find that the elf girl Laura, who used to talk to her, had passed away. In the next 80 years, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like Halley's comet flying from afar. It seemed slow, but it was approaching the Demon Hunter world very quickly. To Danny's surprise, the Demon Hunter world was larger than she had imagined. It was like a Gundam piled up by countless abandoned cars. In the past tens of thousands of years, countless worlds had collided with it. Then, it was like a mouthful of thick phlegm falling on a moldy sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake was expanding in volume. Danny was sure that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be like a bullet, not a thick phlegm. But she was also worried that the bullet would not be able to penetrate the sesame seed cake, or, if the bullet hit a human bone, the bone would shatter and the bullet would be deformed. So, as Aunt May said, she began to adjust the collision angle. Danny even split a thought and mentally projected it into the Demon Hunter world. Well, as early as 50 years ago, she had been to the Demon Hunter world. However, she did not go to the material world. Instead, she wandered around the astral world of the Demon Hunter world. She had 2 purposes: to observe the strength of the Demon Hunter world and determine the best collision point. The power of the Demon Hunter world belonged to the middle class. The number and quality of ordinary extraordinaires were far greater than the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. This world also had gods. Danny even found some half-step true gods lying on the ground, like Danny and the sheep egg, who had comprehended the complete Song of Laws, but because of the fall of the world, they could not reach the level of a 3-story true god. If there was no hidden big boss, all the gods together would not be her opponent. Not to mention her now, even the Lalo 20 years before the long night could be the boss of this world. Well, at that time, Lalo was the boss of the Song of Ice and Fire. Determine the best point of collision, reduce casualties, and minimize the losses of both worlds as much as possible. Danny chose the location of the collision to be in the north of the Dragon Mountains. 2 worlds of the 2 worlds where the 2 worlds were colliding, the 2 worlds were worlds, and the 2 worlds were worldses of the world? Of the world. The 2 of the 2 worlds, the contact, the of the world of the world. The world of the world worlds, when the world of the world Earth. The process of the celestial convergence would last for more than a decade, or even decades. Danny had predicted the time and place of the collision in advance, and the Demon Hunters, a world of magic and martial arts, had foreseen the arrival of the celestial convergence 100 years ago. With the observation and mapping of the stars, the warlocks had long calculated the location and time of the collision. Just 2 years ago, the 2 worlds trembled slightly. The mercenaries, inspection teams, warlocks, demon hunters, wandering elves, and so on, who had been waiting in the Megalosaurus Mountains, swarmed into the North Pole of the Song of Ice and Fire world. At that time, Asha had not been resurrected. 2 years ago, in the wilderness 500 kilometers away from the northern border of Colville, the undulating hills were like yellow waves, and the yellow weeds that reached the knees had been trampled into the mud by thousands of wanderers. The mushroom-like tents spread for several kilometers. Bonfires, barbecued meat, strong alcohol, noise, the smell of leather, horse dung and urine, all combined to form a complete picture of a mercenary camp. Boom! Suddenly, a series of thunder boomed in the north. Then, a dark icy fog came from the north, gradually blocking the afterglow of the sun, accompanied by a wave of cold. "Ah, the ground is covered in frost," someone shouted. Geralt frowned and looked around. The weeds on the ground were covered in a thin layer of white crystal. "That's a cold world," he said. The black-haired female warlock shook her head and said, "That's a world full of light and fire." "There's only white frost in front of me," Geralt said. The celestial convergence, 2 celestial convergence, The landing point of the other world has appeared, someone shouted. Then, countless people rushed in the direction of the ice. Pack up, get ready to enter the new world, the black-haired female warlock said. Thousands of explorers walked north for another 80 kilometers before they arrived at a world covered in ice and snow. Let's go back. It's all ice and snow here, no gold or gems. The demon hunters were not afraid of the cold, but Geralt had a bad feeling. Do you think I'm like those adventurers, coming to the new world to look for wealth? The black-haired female warlock sneered. Ah, there's a stone tablet here, written in the ancient language of the elves. Lord Yaniv, can you translate it for us? The bearded mercenary leader waved his hand and called out. When the black-haired female warlock walked over, the 2-meter-tall stone tablet was already surrounded by explorers. She even found 7 or 8 of her colleagues from the Warlock Council. Visitors from the other world, the territory of the Northern Ice Kingdom lies ahead. Please do not continue. Half a year later, the world rift caused by the collision will be closed. We will arrange for the officers of the Immigration Bureau to check the qualifications of the visitors, a warlock read out loud. It's a very standard elven language. Are there elves living in the other world? Yaniv asked in surprise. Count Anton, should we continue? The mercenary leader looked at the armored knight in the team. The middle-aged knight was a noble count from the kingdom of Aden, and was also the employer of this 20-man team. We need to get first-hand information about the other world for the kingdom. If the countries near the Megalosaurus Mountains take a huge amount of wealth and resources from the new world, Aden in the middle of the north will be very passive. Although Count Anton said this, he still looked at Yaniv with a questioning gaze. She used to be Aden's great guardian wizard. Yaniv stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. Buzz buzz buzz. The space above his palm was like a transparent pot of boiling water, rippling and undulating. The laws of the new world are different from ours, but my witchcraft is still working. Yaniv had a quarter of elven blood. Although she was infinitely far away from the ancient blood that could open the world door, she had awakened the talent of opening the portal. Also, the snow here is not magic, but natural seasonal snow. As long as we are prepared for the cold, it won't affect us much. We'll retreat if there's danger, Count Anton decided. Many people had the same idea as him. In other words, most people turned a deaf ear to the stone tablet's warning. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have become explorers. In the next half a month, more than 20,000 people entered the northern snowfield one after another. Unlike the caution of the residents of the Song of Ice and Fire world, this world and the races of this world had experienced too many celestial convergences. They had long been used to exploring or migrating to the new world. Well, yes, although they didn't know the specific situation of the new world, many races had decided to leave the world of demon hunters. Just 500 years ago, the masters of this world were still elves. Since 700 years ago, humans migrated from across the sea and fought with elves for hundreds of years. In the end, humans, who had a stronger reproductive ability, won. The civilizations of elves, halflings, goblins, dwarves, and other humanoid races were destroyed by humans. The remaining minorities in human society were refugees or low-class citizens. They would be happy to go to the new world and start a new life. After entering the snowfield, the sky in the south was obviously brighter, and they could vaguely see the shadow of the sun. So, everyone moved in the same direction. But in less than half a day, Geralt found a very scary thing. As long as the people around him left his sight, he would never see them again. At first, when he told Yennefer about this discovery, the sorceress scoffed. I can swear on my honor as a member of the Supreme Council that there is no trace of witchcraft within a few kilometers. To be more direct, there has never been a fluctuation of the force nearby. Half an hour later, she lost track of Geralt. When night came, they set up their tents in the snowfield. The Count arranged for Geralt to go around and see if there were any beasts that could threaten them. But Geralt never came back. 7 or 8 people left one after another. Like throwing meat buns at a dog, they never came back. At that moment, extreme fear gripped the heart of the sorceress of Ving Castle. They had met a super expert. Fortunately, They met the natives of this world the next day. Like Yennefer, the lost demon hunters also found a warm and prosperous town that night. There were about 100 families in the town. 2- or 3-story buildings were built on both sides of the crossroads, and in the center was a small castle with a wall. The houses here were very unique. Whether it was wooden houses or brick houses, half of them were buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed outside. It was late, and there was no one on the cobblestone road. Warm light shone through the windows a foot above the ground. In the shadows, one could hear the voices of people and see the shadows of people walking. Geralt knew the way and easily found the noisiest tavern. The taverns in every world were the same: dirty, noisy, dark, and full of the stench of sweat and rotten feet. Of course, there was also the sweetness of the ale, the burnt smell of barbecued meat, and the skin of bones smeared with low-quality makeup. Traveler, this is Lanrua town. Where are you from? Look at your outfit, it's very strange. The fat bartender behind the counter spoke in an unfamiliar language that Geralt could not understand. But he was not worried. He walked forward and put his hand on the bartender's right arm that was wiping a horn cup. Hello, I'm from another world. I'm a demon hunter, Geralt of Livia. His mental wave reached his mind. The fat, red-haired bartender was stunned. He glanced strangely at the sword behind the demon hunter. You're a respected mage? Geralt still could not understand what he was saying, but he received accurate information from the bartender's mind. A demon hunter who knows a little about magic. Geralt explained the convergence of the stars and his situation in a simple manner. So you're a guest from another world? The bartender was shocked. I have to report to the mayor immediately. There are too many explorers from another world coming in. Our vault is in danger. Vault? Geralt frowned. We're not robbers. We won't rob your town. But this is Lanrua town. There's an open-air gold mine half a mile away. There's too much gold in the vault. Money moves people. The bartender said anxiously. This. Geralt sighed helplessly. Your worries are not without reason. Quickly inform the mayor. Geralt, you're a good ranger. I, Tormund, the giant's nemesis, am definitely going to befriend you. The fat bartender patted the silver-haired demon hunter's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Geralt felt a sense of pride from him that did not belong to a bartender. Chapter 11:11. Geralt slept in Tormund's tavern for the night. As he wasn't sure when Yennefer would find him, he reluctantly rejected the red saintess who threw herself at him. Early the next morning, as soon as the demon hunters woke up, a butler came to the stone castle in the middle of the town. Lord Geralt, Mayor Elisa invites you for breakfast, the butler said. It must be about the otherworldly visitors, Tormund said as he shook Geralt's hand. Geralt nodded and carried his great sword on his back as he got into the butler's carriage. The town came to life in the early morning mist. The residents opened their doors and started their day's work. Geralt observed carefully and was surprised to find that there were no humanoids here. In the demon hunter world, as long as there was a mine, regardless of whether it was gold or iron, the dwarves would always gather. There are no dwarves in our world, but not all of them are humans. Are there giants in your world? The mayor, Elisa Thorne, was an old man with white hair but a strong body and sharp eyes. The mayor's daughter, Cersei Thorne, attracted Geralt's attention even more. Her figure was slim, but she did not lack breadth of mind. Her skin was as fair as milk, and her soft golden hair brightened up the dim hall. Her green eyes were like spring springs, and she was shy and delicate like a newborn lamb that had lost its way on a grassy slope in spring. However, her beautiful face had a natural charm that made men unable to resist. This girl could become the queen of any kingdom. Geralt praised her in his heart. There are not only giants in our world, but also elves and dwarves, he said. During the meal, they discussed the customs of their respective worlds. After breakfast, Mayor Elisa said solemnly, there are only 100 strong men in the town. It's not enough to protect our wealth. Therefore, I've decided to move the gold from the vault to Winterfell, which is further south. However, I'm worried that the team escorting the gold will encounter otherworldly explorers. I know Tormund's evaluation of you. You're a brave and righteous knight. I'm willing to believe him. I hope you can accept my employment and protect the gold and my daughter as they leave Lonrut town. Mayor, I'm honored to be recognized by you, but I didn't come to your world alone. In fact, I was just about to ask you to help me determine the location of my companions, Geralt said. Alicia stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, I have a rough understanding of your situation. Ordinary people might not know anything about the collision of worlds, but I am a noble, and I have my own sources of information. A long time ago, the Northern Ice Kingdom sent us a message, warning us not to head north. It's best if we don't leave the town's territory, because when the celestial bodies converge, many spatial cracks will appear at the point of convergence. It is possible to travel hundreds of miles with a single step. So that's how it is. There was indeed a warning about the world chasm on the stone steel, but we didn't listen to it, Geralt said thoughtfully. You should understand that I'm unable to determine the location of your companions. I can only promise you that if your companions come to Lonrua town, I'll welcome them warmly and arrange a guide to Winterfell. Anyway, if you want to explore our world, you will eventually reach the Northern Ice Nation. Geralt glanced at Cersei, who had a pleading look on her face. He sighed and accepted the escort mission. At noon, the team escorting the gold left Lonrua town on the snow horse's sleigh. Besides Geralt and Cersei, there were 10 strong men and a maid. There were 3 big chests, which weighed 250 pounds of gold. Geralt was moved. The next week's journey was indeed thrilling. They encountered ferocious beasts and bandits. Even explorers from the world of demon hunters had encountered a few waves of them. In the beginning, Geralt could use his identity as a demon hunter to keep the explorers at a distance. However, once they saw Cersei or guessed that there was gold in the chests, a massacre would ensue. After 7 days, Geralt was the only one left in the escort team. However, the demon hunter still completed his mission meticulously. He handed the gold and Cersei over to the Winterfell dungeon lord. You're a righteous person. Cersei licked her red lips regretfully. Geralt was pleased with himself, but he also felt regretful. He thought that Cersei was regretting that she couldn't spend a night with him, who was righteous, handsome, brave, and powerful. During that period, they did have some ambiguous moments. Many times, when he saw her flirtatious behavior, his dick was so hard that his leather pants couldn't contain it. As long as she showed any signs of invitation, he would pounce on her. But although she was seductive and showed her admiration and respect for him, her behavior was ladylike. She even hinted to him that she was engaged to Winterfell's young Master Robert, but she wanted to go to the other world to have a look. Geralt understood that the girl wanted to elope with him, but he also knew his own situation. A demon hunter couldn't make any promises to Cersei. He didn't even belong to this world. Moreover, he and Yennefer, before he left, he asked for a kiss on her forehead. Then he took the money pouch and left. What a pity! Such a strong soul. Why did he have to be a gentleman? Cersei swallowed her saliva. At this time, her pure green eyes were dyed a charming purple, and her pink lips seemed to have been smeared with blood. It was a seductive red, and her sun-like golden hair was purplish black. There was also a pair of curved demon horns on her full white forehead. Forget it. The wild boar is gone, but there's still the deer. Palm. Cersei exploded into a cloud of purple-red smoke and disappeared at the entrance of Winterfell. The nearby guards were like clay puppets. They didn't move at all. Unknowingly, Geralt left the 7 Hells. After everyone crossed the boundary marker, they entered the 7 Hells, and all they saw were undead. After leaving Winterfell and walking south for half a day, the demon hunters came across an impregnable pass that stretched across a canyon. Geralt, fight with me. No matter if you win or lose, you can leave. There was only a warrior in golden armor on the 30-meter-high wall. Why do we have to fight? Geralt looked around and asked curiously. I want to see the other world's top swordsmanship. We'll only use swordsmanship. Only duels, no life and death, the warrior said. Does every explorer who comes here have to spar with you? Geralt drew his 2-handed sword from his back. He also wanted to see the swordsmanship of this world. Not every explorer can see the 12 zodiacs. Yes, I'm Richard Hope. Richard was defeated. His opponent's strength and reflexes were better than his, and his swordsmanship was concise and experienced. It was a true killing technique. Geralt, this is your fortuitous encounter. Continue on your path. The 7 gods are watching you. May the Holy Mother bless you. Richard didn't answer Geralt's questions. He only personally sent him out of the pass and left a meaningful blessing. After that, Geralt came across another 11 checkpoints. Only 6 towers had owners. Their swordsmanship was better than the other. Geralt only won 3 rounds, and the other 3 were terrible defeats. Especially at the second-last checkpoint, the one-armed Jaime Lannister in the Golden Lion armor. Geralt had the urge to give up on the sword and go home to farm. It was too much of a blow. His opponent only faced the setting sun and stood on the tower with his back facing him. He couldn't even hold his sword. In the end, the Golden Lion's strange aura disappeared, and they still fought. It was very awkward. Geralt felt that his opponent was like an old instructor, practicing swordsmanship with a child who was learning swordsmanship for the first time. In the future, you can try to forget the swordsmanship, or even the precious combat skills you learned from countless life and death battles, the Golden Lion said. Using the sword instinctively? Geralt frowned. No, using your heart to hold the sword and using your will to fight. I don't understand. Geralt didn't snort, nor did he think that his opponent was fooling him. It was just that his swordsmanship was too strong. Let me ask you, how much weight can you carry? 1 ton shouldn't be a problem. The inhuman demon hunter gave him an inhuman number. What about your reflexes? How many stabs can you make in the blink of an eye? The demon hunter thought for a moment. Not more than 10 stabs. Let me ask you again. If an enemy uses 2 tons of strength and stabs you 20 times in the blink of an eye, crushing you, will you kneel down and kowtow to him out of fear? Of course not. No one can make me feel fear. I will kneel to show my respect, but I will never cowardly kowtow to my opponent, Geralt said firmly. Then, do you understand? Sigh, what do you want to say? Just say it to me. I really can't understand the way you otherworlders think, the white-haired demon hunter said helplessly. Jaime was embarrassed. He recalled himself in the past. This conversation had appeared between him and the Dragon Queen. It seemed that he wanted her to say it directly. The world thought that he broke through to become a demigod with the Divine Comedy. This wasn't wrong, but it was also very wrong. The essence of the Divine Comedy was a poem written by Ymont Targaryen about heaven, hell, and the mortal world. Of course, the Divine Comedy could help Jaime increase his knowledge and accumulate experience. However, the old Ymont himself had to go through the back door to become a saint. How could he write a secret manual that could let others become gods directly? The Divine Comedy was like a phone that stored the phone numbers of all the big shots in the world. If he dialed Hell 7th Floor Cersei, he could communicate with Cersei, who was being tortured in hell, face to face, kill her inner demons, and start a new life. If he dialed Heaven's 7 Gods Warrior, he could connect to the God of Swords Dany and ask for advice on swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, and so is the speed of movement. In theory, transcendence is also close to the peak of physical techniques. With limited speed, strength, and technique, there is naturally a limit to swordsmanship when wielding the iron sword in one's hand. This limit is the boundary between mortals and gods. The mind can be infinitely wide and encompass the world. The mind can be infinitely fast and reach the boundary of the universe in an instant. The will of man is infinitely strong and powerful, able to withstand all the suffering and pain in the world. Thus, by wielding the sword in one's hand with one's mind and will, one's swordsmanship has broken through the limit. It makes sense and is thought-provoking. I have a deep understanding of it, but... Geralt sighed. I don't know what to do. Didn't I teach you before? Geralt was stunned and muttered, forget the moves and experience, hold the sword with your heart, and swing it with your will. Why do you want to teach me swordsmanship? Geralt was puzzled. The intersection of planets is dangerous, but also an opportunity. For mortals, we can exchange battle techniques. For higher-level beings, they can exchange laws. The so-called exchange is to take out something precious and exchange it for something of equal value. I don't have anything precious to give you. Geralt frowned. It's not you, it's your world. The will of your world has already opened the door to the great beings of our world. If you still don't understand, you can continue south. In the city of Everwinter, someone will explain it to you in more detail. Chapter 11-12. What was the most valuable thing in the other world? In the Demon Hunter world, the most valuable thing was, of course, the ancient blood that opened the world gate. Almost every world had its own unique talent, but not every talent was useful to Dani. Most of the time, she couldn't even find the unique talent of the other world. So, compared to the talent of luck, the Song of Law of the other world was more practical. No matter how badly the world was damaged, as long as it was not completely dead, there would be a world will. The only difference was that the will was strong and weak, some were mechanical and dull, and some were flexible and intelligent. The will of the Song of Ice and Fire world was very strong, and its brain was barely at the average level among its peers. It could make corresponding changes to the state of the world. For example, the birth of each generation's savior. After wandering around the Demon Hunter world's astral world, Dani found that the other world's will was very weak and dull. They didn't have much of a reaction against outsiders. Dani could also guess the reason. The Demon Hunter world had experienced too many planet conversions, and the will of the world had been invaded many times, all. Just like a 20-year sex worker who came home at night and met a knife-wielding rapist, its reaction would not be as strong as an ordinary person's. Even so, she decided to make a fair deal with the other party. She arranged for someone to go to the Demon Hunter world to comprehend the Song of Law, and she also opened the Sea of Law of the Song of Ice and Fire world to someone with destiny in the Demon Hunter world. Well, Dani decided to do it herself. It would be best if she could sing the complete Song of Fire of the Demon Hunter world, or even more songs of law. To be more fair, she even arranged for a teacher to teach the chosen person personally. The reason why she was so serious in the face of a retarded will of the world was that Dani was sure that after she obtained the ancient blood of the ancient elves and started traveling through time, she would inevitably encounter countless other worlds. She needed to figure out a reasonable and legal method of traveling through time. Dani didn't want to see the dishes and take by force. Apart from the fact that she wasn't completely evil, she also had scruples about walking by the river often. One's shoes will get wet. If she saw a world with a weak will, she would rely on stealing, cheating. One day, she would encounter a world that seemed weak but hid a big boss. Not every white-haired old comrade was a protector of the country. Even Sweeping Monk and Zhang Sanfeng were old and appeared to be senile. Wasn't she a typical example? Compared to the will of the Song of Ice and Fire, she herself was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, it was better to have some martial virtues when doing things. After Geralt left the 11th trial, he had been thinking about the Sword God realm in his heart. In just half a day, he had passed the last trial. He could also tell that the strength of the palace masters guarding the 12 ecliptic palaces was stronger than the previous one. He was expecting to meet a swordsman who was stronger than Jaime the Golden Lion in the 12th palace, but unfortunately, the palace was empty. This palace is waiting for a stronger palace master. Who would be stronger than Jaime Lannister? Before leaving, the Demon Hunter let out a long sigh. The 12 ecliptic palaces were built in the canyon. Leaving the 12 ecliptic palaces meant leaving the continuous mountain range. Geralt's field of vision suddenly widened. He could even see a sparkling ice city under the sun at the foot of a mountain in the distance. Everwinter! Geralt cheered himself up and quickened his pace. Everwinter was not too big. It was only a square 2 kilometers in length. The east of the city was a tall mountain, guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. Some of the buildings extended up the slope. There were only 3 walls, and half of the buildings inside were underground. After staying in Gold's Higher Town for a night, the Demon Hunters already knew the beauty of such underground houses. They were warm and did not lack light like basements. The demon hunter's first impression of Everwinter was that it was very clean. There was almost no human or animal feces on the stone path and beside the houses. Other than the cleanliness, the demon hunters were also attracted by the viaducts and canals built along the road. It was as if the river water was diverted from the snowy mountains and then flowed through the canals to thousands of homes. I learned this from the people of Bravos. A woman in a red robe with red eyes and long copper hair walked over. Like Yennefer, she wore a large gemstone around her neck. However, Yennefer's amulet was a star-shaped obsidian, while the woman's was a ruby that shone with a strange red light. "You can speak the common language of our world?" Geralt asked curiously. "It's very simple and easy to learn. I'm Melisandre, the mage consultant of the Northern Frost Palace. Come with me, your friend is already here." Geralt was from another world, so he did not think much of Aunt May's self-introduction. He only nodded and followed her to the castle on the hillside in the east of the city. "Who's my friend?" he asked curiously as he looked at the scenery and the people around him. "Yennefer from Ving Castle." "Ah, she's already in Everwinter? Why didn't I see her in the 12 Zodiac Temples?" "The 12 Zodiac Temples are your reward," the woman in the red robe said with a smile. "How do I cross the canyon without going to the 12 Zodiac Temples?" "I'll show you when you return." "You want to leave with me?" Geralt was shocked. "Yes, I hope you can be my guide and help me complete my mission." Later, Geralt met the Lord of Neverwinter, Jon Targaryen, who had a snow-white beard. He looked old, but his cheeks were rosy and his muscles were strong. He looked like a middle-aged man. Jon answered many of his questions, such as why he wanted to teach him swordsmanship. They also talked about the customs of their respective worlds. On the same day, he met Yennefer. The black-haired sorceress was meditating in a clean and warm guest room in the castle. She was very excited when she saw him. "This world is a mage's paradise. There are almost no side effects when using witchcraft. King John said you were also chosen. What did you get?" Geralt asked hesitantly. "Do you know what price our world paid?" "You were chosen too?" Yennefer stopped smiling. She was confused. "But you're not a sorceress. I got the method to become a sword god. A powerful sword master named Jaime also left a sword will in my mind for me to study," Geralt said. "I see. Different professions have different rewards." Yennefer was enlightened. "I got the chance to enter the Sea of Law. All the laws and mana are open to me. Maybe I can learn a song of law and become a demigod." "What's the price? Didn't the North Ice King tell you? The will of our world won't stop the Mother of Dragons from learning the laws of our world." "I don't understand," Geralt said. "It's also the first time I know that a world has its own will. But our world doesn't have the Sea of Law. It's much harder for the Mother of Dragons to learn the laws. Do you think the Otherworlders are stupid and let us take advantage of them?" Geralt frowned. "Do you know the price of becoming a sorceress?" Yennefer put her hand on her belly and said with a gloomy face. "Losing the ability to have children," Yennefer said bitterly. "Apprentices use magic to stimulate the seeds in their hands. When they germinate and bloom, their bodies will wither. Because our world doesn't have a sea of mana, ordinary people can't extract chaos mana. The more universal origin force they use, the more vitality they lose. Sorceresses' ovaries shrink and lose the ability to reproduce. Isn't that the same as paying the price of endless vitality for mana? There's a mana pool in the headquarters of the Sorcerer's Supreme Council. Many sorceresses who were in the same batch as me turned into eels and fell into it. They use their bodies as conduits to extract chaos mana from the universe and turn it into gentle mana that can be used by sorcerers. Also, because they don't have a Sea of Law, sorcerers can only work hard to develop the bloodline inherited from ancient times. It's hard for them to listen to the Song of Law from the depths of the world like the sorcerers of this world." Geralt frowned. "Since our world lacks mana and can't learn the laws, what can the Mother of Dragons get?" "Our world doesn't lack chaos mana. What it lacks is orderly and gentle mana. Maybe the Mother of Dragons can use the primitive chaos mana at will? I suspect that she has already mastered the Song of Law and wants to test it again in our world." These things don't cause any direct damage to our world. So, the powerful beings in this world are all good people. Gerald thought. Not good people, but they follow the rules. Everyone gets what they want. Gerald nodded and asked, "What about the rest of the team?" The black-haired sorceress turned pale and said in a trembling voice, "They all went to hell." The people who went out to look for you that night all disappeared. We were all so scared and didn't dare to separate. The next day, we didn't find you, but we found a place called Gold's Higher Town. Hearing that a large number of adventurers had arrived, the mayor entrusted us with 2 tons of gold from the vault and his daughter, Miss Circe, to escort them. "What's wrong with you?" Gerald's shocked expression made Yennev confused. "Is Miss Circe blonde, very delicate and beautiful?" The demon hunter asked in a trembling voice. Yennev nodded first, then shook her head vigorously. "She's a demon, a devil." "What happened?" the demon hunter asked curiously. On the way, the mercenaries wanted to steal the gold and the beauty. Count Anton was also lusting after her, but I stopped them all. But when we arrived at Winterfell, the delicate Circe transformed into a succubus with horns on her head and dark purple tattoos on her skin. She said she was the queen of succubi in hell. In front of me, she sucked Count Anton and the others dry. I even saw their souls leaving their bodies in pain as they were sucked into Circe's mouth. This is a test. Gerald suddenly realized. Yes, it is a test. Circe told me that when we crossed the boundary stone, the 7 gods started the 7 trials for us. 7 levels of trials, 7 levels of morality. In Gold's Higher Town, when we were hired by the mayor, we made a sacred oath. If we break the oath, such as attacking the mayor's daughter out of lust, stealing the gold out of greed, or running away from a powerful enemy out of cowardice, it's considered breaking the oath. And those who break the oath will definitely fall to the 7 hells, the black-haired sorceress said with a pale face. "Sigh, I said we shouldn't have come." The others had left a warning stele at the entrance, but we ignored it. Gerald sighed. "No, I'm glad we didn't listen to the stele's warning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a great benefit," Yennev said excitedly. Gerald nodded reluctantly and asked, "In a few days, I'll be escorting Melisandre to the other countries. What about you?" "I'm going to stay here until the end of the planet convergence. This is a rare opportunity." Just as the demon hunter and the red-robed woman hooked up, traveling at public expense and comforting each other's loneliness, Asha came back to life. Chapter 11-13. Imperial University, King's Landing Branch. Dragon Incubation Square in front of the library. White jade was built into a 30 by 50 meter wide square. At the north end of the square was an obsidian sculpture of the Dragon Queen hatching a dragon. Below the sculpture was a waist-deep fountain. At the end of spring and beginning of summer, a faint rainbow hung above the fountain. The square was surrounded by sloping turf. Going up the turf, there was a loquat forest on the left and a sycamore forest on the right. Both sides of the forest faced the square and there was a row of park chairs overlooking the square. At this moment, at the northeast corner of the square, there were dozens of students in white shirts and black trousers conversing in Draconic. Although they were stumbling, their voices were loud and clear. This was the Draconic corner. Students from other schools often joined in. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Targaryen were the most popular because their pronunciation was always accurate. Their sentences were fluent and they were full of emotions. These were the basic requirements for casting Draconic magic. In the center of the square, there were senior students chanting spells and practicing elemental magic. There was also a circle of junior students around them. From time to time, the wind would howl and the flames would burn. Then there would be cheers. On the turf, there were students hugging their knees and meditating. There were also people leisurely lying down and enjoying the sun. There were also people reading. Asha sat under a loquat tree on the west side. A handsome young man was holding an exercise book and explaining wildfire magic questions to her. "Asha, you have to understand that no matter what the equation is, it is all for the purpose of synthesizing wildfire. After 100 years of development, Fire mages have already experimented with hundreds of ways to synthesize wildfire. And every method represents a magical chemical formula. The left side is the reactant, above the equal sign is the corresponding magic rune, and the right side of the equal sign is the wildfire. Junior Tyloan, I understand what you're saying, but there are only 405 types of main formulas, 214 types of reactants, and 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants. Furthermore, there are 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants, and within these 214 types of secondary formulas, there are even more detailed reaction formulas. 7 levels of hell. Asha scratched her head irritably. What's even more ridiculous is that every reaction formula has its own unique reaction rune. I can't remember it at all. Sigh, it can't be helped. The wildfire major in the 14th department of the chemistry department is a 5-year course. Even though you've been here for 2 years, you've only been in contact with the wildfire major for half a semester. Take your time. Our Imperial University is lenient and strict. There was once a senior who took 15 years to get his diploma. The black-haired young man said helplessly. In the blink of an eye, Asha had been reborn for 2 years. She gradually became familiar with this new world and began to fall in love with this new world from the bottom of her heart. The world right now was full of vigor, vitality, and hope. Both the nobles and the civilians were brimming with vigor that was rarely seen in ancient times. She even began to agree with some historians' assessment of the Dark Age, before the Long Night. Compared to modern times, the era before the Long Night was really dark, barbaric, and ignorant. Sometimes, she even felt ashamed that she was an ancient. However, considering that the Dragon Queen who changed this world was from the same generation as her, she was very proud. Just half a year ago, for the Dragon Queen's 130th birthday, she followed Danny and the others to Slaves Bay. Oh, many places in the Westeros had changed their names. For example, Winterfell had become the Summer Palace, the rustic Bear Island had changed its name to the Western-styled Malborn, Qingting Island was no longer green all year round and had changed its name to Autumn Plains. However, Slaves Bay was still called Slaves Bay so that the people would always remember that it was the Dragon Queen who brought the light of freedom to the old world filled with slaves. Hundreds of Targaryens went, and the nobles and ministers who came to celebrate the Dragon Queen's birthday numbered in the thousands. However, when the Dragon Queen saw her, she said, "Asha is an old friend, sit beside me." Looking at the envious gazes of her granddaughter-in-law Dany and the nearby Targaryens, Asha had never felt so honored before. It was also because of the Dragon Queen's other, casual, gaze, speech, that Asha's market value suddenly rose. From the Sea Queen of the Imperial University that no one wanted to marry, she became the matriarch of the family that all the small and medium-sized families fought over. Tyrion Greyjoy, who was now explaining the magical chemistry exercises to her, was one of the many backups who pursued her. This Greyjoy came from the River Bay Greyjoy family. As Victarion had a holy oath with the River Bay nobles that lasted for more than 10 years, even after he died, the noble parliament gave him an earl's territory near the sea. Generously, it was divided from the High Court Tyrell family's territory, the mouth of the Mander River, facing the Shield Archipelago. Later, Margaery was conferred the title of High Court Duchess by Sansa. Because of her identity as Victarion's wife, the land returned to its previous owner. Later on, Margaery and her descendants died. This land that theoretically belonged to the Greyjoy family was once again separated from the High Court Duchess territory. As Victarion's nephew, Theon naturally inherited the land. Thus, the sea monster family split into two. Robb's second son inherited his granduncle's inheritance. The great-grandson was going to marry his great-grandaunt. What's the point of so many chemical formulas? Can't we just choose the formula for the most stable reactant? Asha threw away her pen and sighed with a pained expression. Of course not. You can't just consider stability. Reaction speed and raw material cost are also very important. For example, the engine power of Joffrey's car, 1 horse is enough. But the Titan of Bravos has a single engine set that can produce close to 10,000 horses. Both produce wildfire, But how can the reaction speed of the two engines be the same? The higher the engine power, the more wildfire it requires to be produced in the shortest time. Asha was stunned. She said, "Can we arrange for more fire mages to increase the speed of the wildfire synthesis?" In theory, it's possible, but it's very dangerous. For a normal wildfire engine, the wildfire is synthesized in the cylinder and burns immediately after synthesis. There's almost no risk. If multiple fire mages work together to synthesize the wildfire outside the cylinder, the wildfire will gather together and flow to the cylinder, burning again. Have you noticed that when the wildfire flows through the pipes, the temperature is very high and it's very easy to explode? So there's so much to learn about the wildfire engine. Asha sighed. To be able to become a professional knowledge, it's not simple. If you look deeper, you'll find that different engine models have different requirements for the driver. The reason why I don't think Joffrey's car can be popularized is because it requires the driver to have very precise magic control. Asha fell silent. Right in front of them on the walkway, there were two white-robed swordsmen, one male and one female, each holding a sword. Their footsteps were nimble as they moved swiftly. Ping ping bang bang bang, they exchanged blows back and forth. Asha's attention was attracted by the light of the swords. Riga Sediga and Marjorie Hightower from the Knight Academy. Turin said. They're both level 4 again. Asha said bitterly. Oh, a sudden change occurred. When Marjorie leaned to the side to avoid the vertical slash of the sword, she miscalculated the range of her sturdiness. Riga also thought that the other party could avoid this slash, so he couldn't stop in time. The light of the sword flashed, like a master who had been selling coconut milk for 50 years. With just one slash, he chopped off the head of the coconut. So miserable! Asha grimaced. Although the bra is more comfortable, the leather armor can really protect the safety of the female knights. She didn't make a fuss. There were too many injuries in the academy. In just a moment, the students from the Holy Knight Academy and the Priest Academy gathered around and skillfully picked up Marjorie's tits. After cleaning them, they quickly reinstalled them. The crazy Prince Bran has awakened. Big news, the crazy Prince Bran who has been sleeping for 20 years has awakened. Right in front of Hibiscus Restaurant, the crazy prince has gone crazy again. Just as Marjorie covered her chest and ran away, a blonde girl with freckles stood at the entrance of the library and shouted excitedly. Who is the crazy Prince Bran? Asha asked doubtfully. Trin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it should be the brother of the current king, the Crown Prince Bran Targaryen from 20 years ago. But I heard that he died a long time ago. Why is he sleeping now? Hibiscus Restaurant was a circular 4-story red brick building. It was also the female dormitory. Asha lived in it. She liked the swimming pool in the center of the circular building. She could swim there and also admire various types of beautiful bodies. Look north. At the entrance of Hibiscus Restaurant, a 4-meter-high wooden platform was built. A handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes pointed to the sky and shouted, "That is another world. The convergence of the stars has already happened." Asha followed and looked towards the northern sky. She could faintly see a part of the arc-shaped planet that covered 1/16 of the sky. The northern sky was dyed a dark green by its reflection. This phenomenon started a year ago and became more obvious and bigger. Asha had already gotten the answer from the Dragon Queen. She was not the only one who knew. Anyone with eyes could see it and get a rough idea of the situation from others. The convergence of the stars was not a secret. 2 years ago, there were people from another world who came to our world. The Northern Ice Kingdom also sent messengers to the other world. Students, that is a world with a brand new civilization and a brand new power system. Even if you can't get any treasures, you can still increase your knowledge and experience by traveling there. You can even gain enlightenment and sublimate your soul, allowing you to break through your bottleneck. Prince Bran shouted loudly. Prince Bran, do you have the qualifications to form a travel group from another world? Someone asked bluntly. In fact, I will be engaged to the princess from another world. Prince Bran smiled proudly. The prince is going crazy again. The crowd burst into laughter. It's up to you to believe it or not. I only need 10 of the most outstanding companions. Bran was so angry that his face turned red. When they returned to the dormitory that night, Asha told Dany about what happened in the afternoon. She asked curiously, why did someone say that Bran died 20 years ago and is now in a coma? Also, he has been in a coma for 20 years. Why isn't he dead? Do you know about Bran's past? I heard from others that he rode on a horse and killed a commoner on the road, drugged a female classmate with a sword, gathered a bunch of bad friends to have sex in a brothel, set fire to his own roommates. He did almost all kinds of evil. In the end, when he secretly used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to summon a demon, he fell into a coma, or was his soul sucked dry by the demon? Asha said. Do you know about Queen Sansa's mother? Dany asked. Madame Stoneheart? Asha was shocked. Did she get redemption? She was tortured in hell. Her descendants also helped her pay her debts in hell. Queen Sansa once made an oath that she would atone for her mother's sins with her descendants. The old ancestor conditionally agreed to Queen Sansa's oath. Any unfilial son of the Targaryen family would go to hell in their grandmother's place to be tortured until they turned over a new leaf. Only then could their souls return to the sun. So, do you understand Bran's situation? Asha was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen used hell to teach the family's good-for-nothing children? Dany nodded silently. This is the Targaryen family's secret. Don't tell anyone else. Are there many unconscious Bran? The Targaryen family's upbringing is not bad. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 3 or 4 unfilial sons. Some are still being tortured in hell. After one woke up, he went to Sky Dragon Temple to become a monk. The effect is that good? Asha said in a daze. Whether the effect is good or not, you can see Bran's actions in the future. By the way, do you want to go to the other world? Can I go? Asha asked in surprise. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.